Tuesday chat. Today's been a fucking great day, weirdly enough. Weirdly enough, welcome in! Oh, I forgot I still had the monster mouth on. Hi, chat. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? That's a slash guitar. You're goddamn fucking right, it's slash on guitar, baby. Yeah, this song has slash on guitar, while it technically shows up as a song by Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators. I'm a smooch. Smooch. For me? For me? How could you? Oh my. Oh my. But how are y'all doing? What trouble are y'all getting into? I got up early, weirdly early today. Like there was just one point for some reason. My alarm didn't go off, nothing happened. But I realized at one point that I was like, huh, I'm awake. My eyes have just been closed for a while. Fuck it, I'm getting up. And without even looking at the time, I just sprung out of bed and went and took a shower. I also stripped my bed because it's fucking hot here. So I washed my sheets. I have already put new sheets on while the other ones are washing. And then I sat here and set everything up, only to then finally look at the time and realize it was 11. I had been doing chores and just kind of chilling for over 2 hours. And I was like, oh, it's something 50. I better set up for stream. And then I realized it was 11 and I still had a whole nother fucking hour. I'll fucking do it again. I'll fucking do it again. Listen, it's fine. Hell House series. I'm gonna go be productive. Yeah, but I didn't do anything that furthers content. So, I mean, how much work did I do? Sorry, I'm scratching my eye. Scratching my eye. All right. Wait, why is that on? That shouldn't be on. Oh, well, here. There you go. That works. That works. What dis do? Hi, Wolfski. Though that thing technically wasn't supposed to be on. Alright, well, Dane's setting up the thumbnail, so...
Can't spread over every egg.
Well then. Little step sheeps never discredit them. Hey, shit happens. But no, today I was just like, usually I laze in bed on like Tuesdays and Thursdays because I don't have to like technically really get up and start moving until 11. But today, for whatever reason, my brain was just like, all right, I'm not sleeping. Time to get up. And I just fucking leaped out of bed. My job is done for today. Now, just sit. Listen, I wasn't hungry at 11. I was like, I have extra time. Maybe I should run out and get something to eat or something. And then I just didn't. And now I'm hungry. Uh-oh. I fucked up. And we're going to watch food today, chat. We are absolutely 100% going to be looking at food today. The question is, what country are we going to look at? Treat stream? I think I had a treat stream set up at one point, but I think I turned it off because I never set it up after I moved back here. Let me actually check. Boobs. Yeah, it's also, I feel bad though for treat stream because, okay, no, it looks like I did, mainly because I see Whataburger is on here. Let's show this again. I think I also put Honey Sriracha Chimpkin. What are you? I have no idea what you are. Hello, Ordain. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hold on a second. Let me check something. I have no idea what this brand is. There's a brand that's on Treat Stream that I don't fucking recognize. What is this? Locations? Are they near here? No, why is this on my Treat Stream? Delete that one. Oven cookies. Okay, that one I know exists. Catfish po' boy. Jambalaya. Oh, that is my favorite. Yeah, that is my favorite po' boy place. Damn, I forgot they were on Grubhub. Hot chimpkin sandwich. Okay, that's the spicy chicken place. I'm gonna shoot and not look at where. Oh no, everybody get down. Down, 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 down. Hold on. Is he done firing? Are we good? Are we good? Everybody all right? Anybody dead? Sound off. Who's not dead? Pick me, pick me. Shoot me in the face, shoot me in the face. Oh my god. All right. All right. But no, here, we'll wait for the parade and I'll explain why, like, I turned off, ooh. Why I turned off Treat Stream was because it's expensive, dude. They make you pay like all of the delivery fees of what like delivery food is, and then they take another fee on top of it because you're using Treat Stream. So while y'all are getting me like $15 worth of food, you're spending $30, and I don't like that. Which is why I kind of stopped using it. Hi bot, welcome in. The bot 6969. Schmile. Schmile, thank you for the follow. Hi, milk shots. Versus standard delivery. Standard delivery is still expensive. I struggle ever to convince myself to get delivery because again, it's like the only difference is like $4. If I get the regular delivery, $15 worth of food is $26 on delivery. On Treat Stream, it's $30. The only difference is like a $4 fee charge. Left the nachos? I do remember that. It was you, right, Sunstar? You ordered me nachos. And I didn't catch it because we were on pre-roll so long. And like an hour and a half into stream, I think you said something like, how are the nachos? And I was like, nachos? Because you were buying me food. You were buying me Treat Stream food like every day for like a whole week. Every stream we had, you ordered food off of Treat Stream. And like, I think I had nachos like 2 or 3 days in a row. The funny thing was though, is that Mexican place that was up there, that was when I was in New England. The Mexican place that was up there, their nachos were so good. And so well packaged that the cheese was still runny in the nachos. God, I miss the nachos from that place because I would get something called the super nachos, and they would come in like a fairly large one of those like tin foil containers with a plastic lid over the top. And I didn't know you were British, not like that, milk shots. But they were their super nachos. It wasn't crazy big, but it was a good size, and it was cut into 3 sections basically. Not the tin foil. It was just that the nachos themselves had 3 sections. And it was chicken, ground beef, and beans. And they were very good nachos. Very, very good nachos. I would eat that and it would keep me full for the entire day. I got curious, so I wanted to see what the last time it was used. It was April 19th. No, not April. March 19th, 2024 by Iron Sevs. And it's just marked Pat the Mowen from Whataburger. He ordered me Whataburger. Also, that's Whataburger for anybody who doesn't know. It's just for shits and giggles. Chat likes to make fun of me because I butchered Whataburger once on stream. And so I also named the food page for it, Whataburger. Miller's Ale House got dope nachos. Oh, I don't know what Miller's Ale House is. Is it like a chain? Is it like BJ's Burger House? I know BJ's Burger House, that they make like pan pizzas and like gastropub foods. And they're just like really big, and I think they brew their own beer and stuff. It's pretty good. I like BJ's Burger House. In terms of like, how many North Americans understand what I'm talking about when I say like outside mall locations? So like not Golden Corral, Olive Garden, Red Lobster, BJ's, Red Robin, Saltgrass sometimes. Like those restaurant chains that you just find for some reason, like outside of malls. BJ's Burger House is one of those. Only 1 week left before I'm 1 year older. Ooh, my birthday's this month. My birthday's on the 22nd. It's my birth month, chat. That's something I should have also put in the message. Damn, I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that. Hi, Hectic. What are you doing? I do have some bad news, chat. I wanted to do so. I was hoping we were already going to be on the way to moving for my birthday, or if not moved for my birthday, so I could do an event for it. However, let me see what day of the week my birthday is. It is a Tuesday. We'll probably just have a regular stream. Yeah, I think we're just going to have a regular stream. I'll think about this topic. Only BJ's here, not anywhere near malls. I know the BJ's you're talking about, Woozer. Shut up. But Forever 29? Do you want to know something, Plague? Y'all actually want to know how old I am? How old I am? If you've been around long enough, you've heard me say, like, I say different chunks and pieces of, like, if you've been here long enough, you would know exactly how old I am. I don't usually say it flat out, but the Forever 29, Marin is 8 years old. Correct. Observers are aware. Yeah, but then it'd be even funnier what Plague said. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Ordain, don't lie to me. We all know you're exactly 1 nanosecond old at all times. You were constantly born and destroyed at the same time. That I could be a parent to multiple people in this chat. Who knows? My parents are mid-50s. I think my dad's over 60. I think my bio dad's over 60 at this point. I'm almost certain he's over 60. Non-dirty statement, the BJ restaurants are standalone and not near malls. Oh, no. They're not attached to malls. They are usually standalone, but almost every time I've seen a fucking BJ's like Burger House or a Red Robin or anything like that, they're outside either strip malls or full-size malls. Ordain is in a state of superposition? Correct. My parents are boomers. They're probably everything you need to know. My parents are boomers too. Boomer. I smell a boomer. No, listen, it's fine. I'm still looking at what I have on here. I'm gonna delete Webberber. But I don't think I'm gonna turn on Treat Stream. I'm like deleting some of the like sweet little treats that I added like for myself because I'm trying to watch my sugar intake. I don't over excess eat sugar, but I want to lose the like annoying fat I have like on my sides. So I'm trying to like reduce my sugar. Like this week I've kind of stopped drinking Gamer Shops when I go to the gym. I just bring water to the gym now. I'm probably one of the older ones in chat. There's some pretty old people in the community. I know there's a decent chunk of people that are over 50 in the community that have been around, come and gone. Damn, I'm that old. That's why we have buy Marin a meal on Throne. Yes, that's why we changed it to that. It's basically just a flat amount, which could pay for like pretty much any meal at any place. Although yesterday I totally didn't go to the Indian place and buy like $30 worth of food. I had the fried the curry, like fried onions as an appetizer. I got Iranian gosh, which was a lamb curry that I ate twice yesterday because I got so much. And then I got 2 orders of naan, which I do still have a quarter of one of the naan that I got yesterday. Portland BJ location's 30 miles away from any mall of any kind. Oh, interesting. Hi, Bard. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? How old do I come over? 20s. 20s. Maybe early 30s. Maybe early 30s. But you, in that case, in the 30s, you come across the same way as like 7-Eleven. An absolute fucking goober. Buffet that opened a Mediterranean buffet. It's okay. Yeah, it's a buffet. Listen, anytime there is a blank buffet, think of whatever that blank is. Technically, this Indian place actually does have a lunch buffet. I have yet to go during the lunch buffet. Maybe I'll try it someday. But hag lovers, listen, I'm not quite there yet. I'm a pre-hag. This is a Japanese conveyor belts buffet near me. It's 15 euros for all you can eat for an hour. Oh, that's awesome. No, here, the closest, I've only been to a conveyor belt place once. It's actually, I went with my sister, but trying to think, hi, Donkler. It's technically I could go with Fairbanks if I wanted to, and I may at some point. But before the move, it was really good. It was what is the major Japanese conveyor belt sushi chain? Let me see. Conveyor belt sushi. Kura, that's it. Kura sushi. It was really good. It's unfortunately more expensive than its Japanese counterpart. But honestly, I ate my fill while I was there and it really wasn't too bad. I paid for 2 of us, and I think the grand total of us like gorging ourselves on sushi still came out to I think it was about $20 a piece, which isn't so bad when it comes to like sushi cost and like the sheer volume. I do always think though, conveyor belt sushi places are so cool. I especially like doing like the, what is it? Like the whim of the moment when something just like is about to whiz past you and like, oh my God, that looks so cool. Anyway. Go Daddy Warbucks? What is Daddy Warbucks? Little Tokyo, LA? Oh. I do want to go, maybe for my birthday, Fairbanks. Maybe for my birthday. We'll probably have like a normal stream. How late is Kura Sushi open? Let me double check something real quick. How late is this Kura Sushi location open? Oh, there's its hours. 10 p.m. Okay, we got time. And so I was gonna say, I don't think we're gonna be able to do anything special for my birthday. Because again, I'm limited on those weekdays to the hours that nobody else is home. And I know if I stream and do like a 12-hour or 24-hour stream for my birthday, I'm gonna walk out at any commercial break and everybody in the house is gonna go, why the fuck are you celebrating on the internet for your birthday? Because they always do that shit. Not old enough to know Annie? Annie? Oh, gotcha. The red-haired musical. Okay, I gotcha. Because fight me? What? Fight you? Yeah, pretty much. No, that's fully understandable. But yeah, we'll do a celebration after the move. We will use the 12-hour stream from the goal that we hit. If we hit the 24 one, it'll be a 36-hour birthday celebration. How does that sound, chat? Whenever we get around to being able to like settled, moved in, PC set up and everything, we will do a long celebration, and I will organize it again, just like the first birthday I had. I will get collabs lined up. I will get tons of shenanigans rolled in. No, we don't. That's the thing. We don't have a move date. Like, this is the percentage of mine, and I still need to send some over. Like, that's 2,000 out of the total 6,000. Me, Faye, and Sai have split it 3 ways. And right now, I like some of the fees took a chunk out of it, so I'm gonna like try to supplement that selves. I don't blame anybody for that. But yeah, I'm also getting close to selling my car, which could hopefully pay for it. Hopefully. I need to check what the market value of my car is because it's a 2011, but it's in great shape. Actually, a comic strip first before the musical cringes and boomer. Oh. Wait. Hold on a second. Oh, I never realized this was this Little Orphan Annie. Is that the one? I didn't realize this was. Wow. I've seen some of these like older ones, but I never realized it was the same Annie from the musical. Huh. Amazing. Amazing. Chat, do we want to look over what's on the Kura Sushi menu for shits and giggles? Because I want to look at it because I like looking at menus. I like food. I like food. Spicy popcorn shrimp rolls. Ooh. Yes, please. Okay, we'll go back to the top. And then I will swap over to the screen. Get down here, monitor. Please and thank you. And then let me go ahead and get this up for y'all. Boom. Hi, chat. Welcome to Kura Sushi. If y'all don't know what Kura Sushi is the world's largest sushi conveyor belt chain, spanning across most of the West Coast all the way at least to Central Texas, from Japan. Oh, it is the first. You're right. You're right. All right. This is more important real quick while we do this. And it's Sunstar. Did I make a promise for something? I feel like I made a promise for something. Did I say I was going to ignore Sunstar this month? Is that what we were doing? Was I going to ignore Sunstar? Okay, so Ordain wins. So Ordain gets the VIP. Now, who the fuck was the last VIP? Oh, good lord. Who was the last VIP? Because we've just... Okay, where is the VIP ticket holders? Hi, Annie. Welcome in. Sunstar, who was the last? Who was the one that had the VIP for winning? Oh, good lord. Harness? Okay. Profile. All right. Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. I'm pretty sure that's right. Let me double check something else real quick. Oh, I hope hard is. I'm double checking other people's things for. Okay, no, that is not how the sub thing works. Okay, let me find Ordain in. We'll just go to general chat because Ordain's very active in general chat. That's Queen. Ordain. There's Ordain. Add role, give VIP. Oakley dokily. And then I am going to have to reset the leaderboard. Y'all should have waited. Why are y'all fishing now? Hi, Queens. Yeah, no, that was because I was scrolling through general to find Ordain so I could give him his new VIP role. All right, I gotta wait until the fishing is done so that I can it'll actually open the menu for me. Okay, there we go. Where is it? There it is. New leaderboard. Save and close. All right, go get him, champs. Remember, guys, fishing game is always on in the back. You get VIP for fishing. You get VIP for being number 1 minus Sunstar. Minus Sunstar. All right, chat. Welcome to Kura Sushi. It's basically, if you've never seen a Kura Sushi, let me see if I can find pictures for their website. Okay, they have a video playing in the background. They essentially have... Can I get... No! You're shitting me. Stop moving. I want to see the Hollow Live collab. Damn it, come back. No, it didn't close. There's a fucking Kurasushi Hollow Live collab. There it is. It's Ina Crony, and I honestly don't know. I don't know the fourth generation girl's name. I want the Crony prize. I lost all my other favorite Hollow Live girls. Now I just have Crony. Okay, I don't really care for the cups. Is there anything else? Is there like tiny knickknacks I can get? Stickers maybe? Gigi, yeah, that's it. I know she's obsessed with like League of Legends and stuff.
There's our boy.
Which is very funny. It's always funny because I like hearing her like freak out over trying to get the other girls to come play League with her. But I wanted to show y'all. Oh, this'll do. There we go. I have not changed the audio settings, so this may get loud suddenly.
With a fun spin at Kura Sushi.
Yep.
At Kura Sushi, we take pride in serving fresh, safe, additive-free ingredients. From our vinegar to our soy sauce, ginger, and broths.
It's actually pretty good.
Ingredients are of the
Think of it as
highest
self-care.
quality. Not into sushi? Don't worry. We have a wide range of options from ramen to tempura that everybody will love. Kura Sushi is a wonderful
still
place
fantastic.
to enjoy a meal with your family and friends, or just a quick bite to treat yourself.
The funny thing too is when I went there, the poor waitress had to show us how to use the plates. It's something that they do with everyone. It's not that we had like fucked up or anything. They have like these little plates that they carry around, just little demo versions of these. And she has to offer it to every person to make sure that they understand how it works. Because, and I shit you not, I asked her, I looked at her, I go, is this because people just kept taking the domes off the conveyor belt? And she like looked away for a second, looked back at me and goes, yeah, people kept stacking the domes on the table instead of just taking the plate. I'm sorry, I gotta go. And she like ran off. It was so funny. It was so funny. But only in America, guys. At a Kura Sushi in America, do you have to demonstrate how the fuck these plates work? But for anybody who doesn't know, you have to lift the plate inside of the dome up and then pull out. But that's basically it. It's simple. Like this guy does it no problem. When you lift it up, the dome pops up.
An express lane and touchscreen for specific orders, and the sushi cover Mr. Fresh to always keep your food safe.
Mr. Fresh.
After you're done with your dish, just insert the empty plate into the slot at your table and make room for more. The plates inserted will be counted and displayed on the screen at your table.
It's far more fun to stack a bunch of plates as you eat.
The fun doesn't stop
It's far more fun to stack them.
5 plates you place into the slot, a short animation will play on your screen.
And
once you reach
sushi.
15 plates, you'll receive a Bakura Pond prize from the dispenser above the table. No matter who you are, you'll love
But
the
yeah,
fresh.
that's basically Kura Sushi at its core. But really quick, of course, nigiri of all kinds, including American Wagyu. Ooh, garlic skipjack tuna. Seared beef, the usual fish, salmon toro, seared. Okay, I did not find the miso cream cheese ones, but I did eat a whole bunch of the eel ones. I'm sorry. Hold on, can I zoom in a little more? Okay, that's better. Here we go. That's a little bit better. All you eat them, so I demolished $30 worth. Yeah. Only had the express lane thing enabled. Oh, gotcha. I did use the express lane a little bit because I wanted more eel. I wanted more eel pieces, and they're so fucking good, dude. I love eels so much. But those are scallops, shrimp, mackerel, tuna, crab legs, squid, tamago. I should have tried tamago while I was there. Tamago. I didn't. I fucked up. I didn't. I'm upset about it. Yuzu jalapeno sweet shrimp. Ooh. That actually sounds really fucking good. Really fucking good. Of course, you got to get some of the rolls. Caterpillar roll. I think caterpillar roll is basically just like crab and then avocado draped over the top. It's basically a San Antonio roll. They just called it a caterpillar roll. Salmon roll. There's the spicy popcorn one that I was talking about. Spicy crunchy taco? Okay. Okay, sushi snobs say you can tell the quality of a shoot by the quality of their tamago, but everyone has different preferences regarding that anyway, so your mileage may vary. Hey, listen, I've never had it. I've never had tamago. I just wanted to try it. What the hell? I just found something stuck to the hoodie I'm wearing. Which I'm wearing my own hoodie, chat. If you want to get the hoodie, you can get it at Market. Exclamation mark merch. Oh, also the video is over, so I can bring the music back. Here we go. There we go. Weird silence. Weird silence. But yeah, all of the sushi, hand rolls. I didn't try any of the hand rolls. Mainly because I don't think I like the seaweed. Salmon skin. Ooh. Ooh, but the big cuts of eel come in the hand roll. No, I think it was from last night. Somebody made an apple pie and they gave me a slice, and I think it was a piece of crust. I don't know. I reached up to like put my hand to my chest and I felt something there and I was like, what the fuck? Nasty. Nasty. That's embarrassing. Abort mission. Abort! Tamago's literally scrambled eggs, but they call it an omelet. No, it's folded over and over. It also uses, it's also sweetened. It usually has sugar added. Ooh, spicy salmon hand roll. But yeah, I tried a bunch of these pieces. They didn't show up above, so we'll probably see the ones that I was talking about later. Soy paper hand rolls. Okay. This is probably gonna be a bunch of the same ones, just, yeah, these are all the same. Spider hand roll, soft shell crab. If you ever see spider on like any sushi, it's soft shell crab. I didn't get to try inari. I didn't get to try the American Wagyu. This Negatoro. Negatoro is what I got to try. I did not like it. But I think it was because of the seaweed. Like, it tasted like metal to me. Merch pie is a lost opportunity. Does not come with pie crust? Correct. It does not come with pie crust. I was an apprentice sushi chef in Bumbles years ago. Okay, then. Interesting. I did get to try the sea urchin. Again, I enjoyed the sea urchin texture, but I think it was the seaweed that I didn't like. I don't think I liked the taste of the seaweed. It tasted kind of metallic to like my brain, and I was just like, nah. Also, Negatoro is basically like chopped tuna. That's pretty much it. It's like all the pieces that typically aren't like crazy presentable or anything, so they chop it up into a mince and then put it on top. Sides. Oh, Jesus. Okay, weird methodology. Vegetable tempura. Beef ujia. Agio? I don't know for sure what that is. Gyoza, crispy chicken. Oh, okay. I had some of these crispy rice ones. I had the... Maybe it was the snow crab. I thought it was shrimp, though. Maybe I was wrong. But we got the crispy rice of one of them. And they are so good, dude. Crispy rice is so good. Is ocean filter taste like metal? That's what I thought. It tasted like metal to me. Fried scallops, takoyaki, fries, of course. Tuna wraps, panko tuna wraps, panko tuna sticks. Tinjio? Which I think is just... Let me see, can I click it? Chicken tempura, shishito tempura, and shrimp tempura on a bed of white rice. Ooh. There's a pepper. That's a fried pepper right there. That actually sounds awesome. I'm sad I didn't get that. I did get the cucumber salad. I like the cucumber salad. But all of these are just the sashimi, which is basically just the fresh raw fish. Broken Neroni, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Taiyaki now? Taiyaki or taiyaki? Takoyaki? Are you thinking of takoyaki? The molten lava balls. Ooh, crispy squid. Anyway, let's see. Soups and noodles. Again, I didn't get any of these because I was way more enthralled by the sushi at the time. But of course, miso soup. It wouldn't be a Japanese place without miso soup. Tempura shrimp udon. Ooh, kitsune udon, which is, of course, it's fox. It's fox udon, but it's fried tofu because fried tofu in mythology, I believe, if I remember correctly, is the fox's favorite food. Something like that. I think that's how the naming goes. I mean, a sushi restaurant would take whole jalapenos and toss them in the deep fryer, then douse them in soy sauce and eat them with stewed chicken family meal. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. That beef udon looks really good too. And then there's miso ramen, shoyu ramen, tatemen, and tonkatsu ramen. Wait a second. That's not the fried. I want a fried tonkatsu ramen. How could you? All right. And then I don't think we got any desserts while we were here, but there are quite a few dessert options. Black sesame mochi, matcha tea, black sesame, strawberry matcha, gooey butter cake, matcha, sesame balls with red bean paste inside, a New York style cheesecake, vanilla ice cream, raw ruby mochi, which is, if I remember correctly, is mochi covered in brown sugar? Something like that. Oh, it's soybean powder. Okay, soybean powder. So you get like a nutty taste. And of course, watermelon. Fucking love watermelon, dude. I ate a half a watermelon a couple days ago. And then later I remembered that a watermelon has a lot of fiber. The hard way. It's fine. It's totally fine. I survived. Taiyaki? Yes, and with squid and dough. Actually, it's octopus. How could you? It's octopus. But yeah, I really like this crispy rice thing. But yeah, I recommend looking around. If you have a conveyor belt sushi near you in the US, it's more than likely going to be a Kura Sushi. As best in regards, yeah. Wait, who is the? I could be remembering this wrong. Inari shrines either have fox gods or have foxes that guard them. Both. Both. But yeah, maybe we'll go here, Fairbanks, for my birthday if you're still listening. All right. Let me turn you off. And we're going back to the desk, chat. It's still desk time, baby. Good morning, Night. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Okay, wait. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is alligator Alcatraz? What the fuck? Other people are calling it alligator Auschwitz? Wait. Is this what they're calling the fucking camp that they built in Louisiana? Is going to be completed by Tuesday and open for operation on Wednesday. No, this is Florida. Okay, it's not Louisiana. It's Florida. In Everglades? What? People are selling alligator Alcatraz merch? Okay, hold on a second. Facility is located in an isolated airfield about 45 miles west of downtown Miami and is surrounded by swamps filled with mosquitoes, pythons, and alligators. Dubbed Alligator Alcatraz by state officials, supporters say the reference to the notorious federal prison and the harshness of the conditions at the facility are meant to be a deterrent. There's really nowhere to go if you're housed there. If you're detained there, there's no way in, no way out. Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer said in an interview with conservative media commentator Benny Johnson. Hi, Gaia. How are you doing? I've had a headache and feeling like I have a fever after the heat wave from yesterday in the UK. Feeling better, just a tiny headache. Have you stuck your head in the freezer yet? Have you considered doing that? Did you say pipe bombs? I heard pipe bombs. Did somebody say pipe bombs? Who knows? But yes, if y'all didn't know, that is a prison in Florida that is in the shortest sense going to be a detention center for, quote, Immigrants. I'm sure that's not gonna. Anyway. Wait. Yeah, there's also video here, chat. Do you want to see what the inside of this place looks like? I scrolled past the video a second ago. All right, hold on a second. Let's bring the screen in real quick. Sorry to do this to you, chat. Visibility is also vigilance. All right. All right, chat. I'm gonna mute it because I don't care what anybody's saying, if anybody's saying anything. And remind you, this is directly in the middle of the Florida swamp. Although it looks like this is a temporary shelter. Because I just looked up and I was like, there's no air conditioning ducts or anything. But there technically is. They're just those like white, like collapsible ones that are held up by hooks. You can see them all throughout. At least I hope that's air conditioning. I don't know if it's just supposed to allow like basic ventilation or if there's even actual like air conditioning units outside or anything. Who fucking knows? Probably not. But yeah, a bunch of bunk beds in cages. You're gonna bother to make it livable? Probably fucking not. Probably fucking not. They have patterned floors, not just a concrete slab. The floor does look weirdly decorative. The thing is, I'm wondering if they just made it for this or if like they used a previous like slab or something that was on the property. But this is a huge slab. Like another horrid refugee camp. Refugee. If you would, if only the intentions were as forthwith as being for refugees. I promise you, that is not what they are for. That is not at all what they are for. But Swamp Witch, Alligator Auschwitz. Yes. Alligator Auschwitz. Why are they moving a bunch of alligators in the area, which I'm pretty sure that many No, this is in Florida. It's just surrounded by a swamp. It's surrounded by the Everglades. Don't ask me who let them build a prison in the Everglades, because whoever that person is needs to be beaten the fucking street. Hi, Rusty Chicken. Rusty Chickens from KFC. What are Rusty Chickens? Is that an old dish from KFC? You have my curiosity, Rusty. You have my curiosity. What do you fuck you mean I'm in on it? What do you mean I'm in on it? All right. Let me also check. Okay, I wanted to see why Senate Republicans were trending. And it is... Okay, it's people talking about how apparently after being read the entire bill, Republicans are now against the big beautiful bill. Awesome. Awesome. I think was it Bernie the other day who, like 2 days ago, who read the entire bill before Congress? And finally Republicans are like, huh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's Marjorie Taylor Greene came out against it after she voted yes on it. She voted yes on it in the House. And then when it went to Senate and they started reading it, she did a press conference where she was like, these are the things that I don't like. I didn't know this was in here when I voted on it. She just fucking admitted to that she doesn't read the fucking bills. Well, no, that's the thing, is they didn't. They blocked it. They blocked it today. It seems like they did. Let me see. Republicans blocked it. Okay. Okay, I'm just checking some of these other posts. 49 to 51? Okay, it should not be that close. 49 to 51, it failed. It didn't pass. It needs to go through revisions. Oh, no, wait. Ugh, somebody fucking flopped and it went 50-50, which means JD Vance was the deciding vote on it. Never mind. It was blocked sometime yesterday, sometime late yesterday. And then apparently within the last hour or two, they hit 50-50 split, which means JD Vance gets to pick. Holds up the paper shredder? Yeah. That's what it seems like happened. Yep, JD Vance broke the tie. Passes Senate 51 to 50. 3 Republicans voted no. Susan Collins, Rand Paul, and Tom Timmis? The person who typed this out, it's just THOM and then their last name. I don't know who this person is. I'm gonna look this person up. Oh, that is his name. Why does he look like one of the shitty generals out of any action movie? He looks like the villain general out of any action movie. I can't believe he made the right choice in this point. Have you heard the rumor as Michael Bay might be back to direct another Transformers film? Ugh. Why? Why? I'm so lost. Don't, Jay. Jay, are you American? I forget, Jay. Are you American? If you're not American, thank God, and y'all don't need to worry about this. But yeah, it's gonna be fucked. It's gonna be fucked. We do have to worry about this. Not our tax bill, at least. You could worry about the trade and stuff, but not the current tax bill that's on spending inside the US. Not to whine, but wear badge. Badge. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the VIP badge in Twitch. No. You don't get VIP badge on Twitch, especially because I don't have any more VIP slots. It's VIP in the Discord, so you basically get all the benefits of a tier 2 and tier 3 sub. That's what the VIP is. What the bill do? Do you want to sit here and read it for 16 hours? I can open the bill. We can read the bill. Cuts Medicaid, reduces taxes to the top 20%, raises taxes on the bottom 80%. Let me think what else there was. There was the Medicaid cuts, the social networking, complete cancelization, the reduction on not the executive office, but the State Department. No plague. No plague. Like, I have gone even more insane? Correct, Ordain. Correct. I don't know if the provision is still in it. There's a provision in this tax bill that lets AI companies work unimpeded and unregulated for at least 10 years. 10 years of completely unregulated AI market was another thing in this bill. That was, weirdly enough, that was the one thing that Marjorie Taylor was mad about. That was the one thing that, like, she was talking about when she was like, I didn't read the bill. I don't like this. Not excited, especially since the second to last Transformers film he made was marketed to be focused on the cool Dinobots, but instead, because the key point of the film is about, like, some 20 or so year old character carrying and using the Romeo. Yeah, the Romeo and Juliet law was really fucking uncomfortable. It was really fucking uncomfortable. Don't forget more funding. Yes, correct. More wall and border spending, because that's totally gonna work. Sorry, I just saw the commercial alert, so I was setting up words on stream. Setting up with the words on stream. Gonna do if you don't... Wait, what? You can't know what a tool is gonna do if you don't late grow? Huh? But he made Transformers mainstream? That's true. But it was always downhill after, like, the second Transformers movie he directed. Oh, that's also not to mention that it empowers the US government to build more oil pipelines. Can't forget that. It's all about that big, beautiful oil and natural gas, liquid natural gas. I know that's a weird way to say it. It's basically just cooled natural gas compressed within tanks to be concentrated and transported easier than in its gaseous form. Liquid natural gas, huh? Oil is love, oil is life. They're probably also more than likely, they are going to open up many of the federally protected lands, both in Alaska and many northern regions that are either previously a part of native land or have been completely left to nature, especially in Alaska. M. Night. Michael Bay is currently working on the Skibbity toilet film. Why Bay? Gross. Denied. Gross. Gross. The AI bill learned before you murder it? No. Absolutely fucking not. Are you insane? Fucking Elon Musk already built a AI, what is it? An AI data center in, I think it was Georgia. Let me see. XAI data center. Memphis, never mind, Tennessee. It was outside Memphis. The Colossus. And he's completely lying on his like legal representation. He has dozens of gas turbines. If you don't know what gas turbines are, chat, they're typically used for large projects, but they're usually temporary. They're not a power station. They're not like direct power lines or anything. They are temporary power generation that releases high amounts of heat and gases as it burns. And he has a plethora of them outside of the facility that he does not have legal permits or rights to have there. He's also basically, imagine if you lived in a neighborhood that previously, like 10 months ago, was great, amazing. You've lived here more than a decade, maybe even your entire life. And suddenly the air smells like propane 100% of the time. And your entire street is now 10 degrees hotter. With the resources pumped into AI? Correct. But yeah, if you look up the XAI data center or the XAI Colossus data center, one of the first pictures that comes up is a picture of all of the gas turbines that he has powering this place. Is it isolated from the power grid? Fucking technically. Is he using a bunch of the most polluted ways to generate power for this overly consumptuous data center? Absolutely. Does he give a shit that he's breaking regulations? Not even a little bit. There's a video somewhere of a ex-representative coming to like a town hall in order to like try and like talk to people about their worries and the issues that they have with the facility. And he just walks in, reads like a paragraph that's obviously like a pre-written speech, and then he leaves. He immediately walks away from the podium and goes out the exit door before anybody can ask any questions, before anybody can get any information out of him. He can just pay the fine. He's not. Explains it's not possible. Humans crave chaos to grow. That is no. Mr. Smith from The Matrix explains that's not possible. Are you serious, dude? The main villain of the series who wishes to perpetuate an entire fucking process of essentially indentured servitude? Unknown servitude? And you think he's the forefront of having the right to talk about what makes a human? Insanity. Insanity. Stupid. Just flat stupid. No. Jesus. Where's words on stream? There it is. I'm only human after all. An average amount of chaos is basically the expected outcome of any life. But every person strives for peace. They don't crave chaos. They don't crave violence. The average human doesn't crave violence. It's usually when technically something outside of the natural social structure of being a Homo sapien are the ones that does that. Billionaires crave that shit. They crave that shit because they're sociopaths. Because they're sociopaths. They're anomalies among the average instinctual level of fucking human beings. The greed and selfishness that has manifested in the billionaire class is an anomaly and needs to be eradicated, but hasn't been because we have decided that those traits are actually favorable. They've developed a society where they have deemed their own heinous traits the preferable ones. Also, y'all can't see it, but I am shouting at the mic and I just fucking spit twice by accident. They don't crave it. They just don't care so long as it doesn't involve them directly. No. The level of chaos that you are like striving to is basically the universal constant of chaos in air quotes. People don't crave to constantly be overthrown, to constantly be inundated by new things that make their life more difficult. Nobody craves that. Nobody wants a difficult, complicated life that equates to the natural chaos. Having natural chaos where like, oh, the weather changes. Oh, these other things are minorly annoying. When it's systemically imposed chaos, that's insanity. When the system imposes chaos on people and instead says, this is the way it's supposed to be, that's propaganda. What? New Jurassic World's coming out. Already got tickets for the first screening. From what I heard, this new film will have some good dino gore. When I heard from an early premiere was in gore warning. I mentioned a guy getting his face sliced. Oh, neat. Like the Dutch did. Hey, I know the Dutch still have very rich people ordained. You can't sneak that one past me. Getting food, you want anything? I want bao. I want bao. I want bao buns with meat. Black on the 4th to mourn. Not the worst idea. I can respect it. I can understand that. Oh, goodness. Wait, that can't be real. I don't think that's real. That can't be real. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not real. In this case, though, Rick Scott demands more cuts to Medicaid, which his company allegedly scammed. Scott proposed slashing another $313 billion from Medicaid, a safety net program his hospital company was accused of fraudulently billing. Why do we have a senator that owns a hospital company? Why do we have a senator that owns a hospital company? If it's a good thing, then it's probably not real. If it's bad, then it's probably real. Wait, what are you referring to? Because oligarchy, correct. Hold on. So the word resign is trending, and I'm trying to figure out why. The Rick Scott one is one reason, but I'm looking at any of these others. Oh, people also calling for Nancy Mace to resign, which I agree with because she's a piece of shit. Okay, it just looks like it's a bunch of people demanding that their senators resign, regardless of who they are. Somebody's mad at Senator Fetterman. Wait, did he? Is that who you were talking about earlier? That same senator? Somebody mentioned him earlier, I'm pretty sure. Right? Right? Somebody mentioned him earlier. Is the dino? Huh? What do you mean he's the dino? This probably looks like one of the youngest people I've seen in the Senate. In name only? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, there's a lot of people calling for him to resign. Hold on. Okay, yeah, there's nothing of substance in here. It's so many different things of people just using the word resign, basically demanding politicians all over to resign. Okay, yeah, there's nothing of substance in that one. But hold on. Wait. Something positive. Mecha Break is trending. Why is Mecha Break trending? Oh, Mecha Break launches tonight. What time? 2300 Central. So 11 p.m. Central tonight. Mecha Break launches. Nice. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do the tutorial all over again. Son of a bitch. It's a mystery gang. Listen. Has a stroke of his 3 car crashes and is being elected, and he said it killed the woke in him? How do you get in 3 car crashes? How do you get in 3 car crashes, my dude? I am deeply concerned. That is the word I'm going with. Okay. Intoxicated driving, probably. Really? Damn. Hold on. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else of interest in... Oh, okay. It's also a bunch of people talking about like whatever like day one special skins and stuff are being added to the game, because it looks like there's a lot of new cosmetics that haven't showed up in any of the previous tests. I'm sorry, chat. That was one of the trailers. Just had a one of the pilots stretching, and when the camera suddenly swaps to a full frontal view, I was not exactly ready for that. Oh, and then of course there's people here immediately being like, peak character design. It's just a picture of her boobs. Just a picture of her boobs. Amazing. Custom Falcon boasts intricate adornments. Okay. Okay. They ain't wrong. Listen, it's fine. There's more to good character design than just bobs. Shut up. Don't look down. Don't look down. I just have a cool jacket. And a wonderful personality. And I'm hilarious. I don't make the rules. I'm just funny. That's likely to happen at an intersection? Wait. Wait, what do you mean? A DUI or... It's on the roof doing for Palestine, and then it waves an Israeli flag to taunt people. Pretty sure we need to get rid of him. Wait, did he do that? Did he do that? Fetterman? Ah, there it is. There's the fucking picture. Wow, dude. Wow. What the shit, dude? Damn, I can't believe it took 3 car wrecks and a fucking stroke to fucking flip this dude. Maybe that answers a lot of questions. Who knows? Has nice personalities. My personality is wonderful. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Twin Peaks character design. Twin Peaks is in the TV show or Twin Peaks is in the restaurant? This is an important distinction. This is a very important distinction. Hi, Sour. I'm still looking to see if there's anything else of interest, but I'm not really coming across it. Ooh, wait, was that Nintendo? Nintendo's trending. What has Nintendo done? Chat, this is how I find out when Nintendo's like announced new games or anything. Nintendo's facing legal action over the ability to brick Switch 2 consoles whenever they want. Regulators in Brazil have called the clause abusive under Brazilian law. Fuck yeah, let's go Brazil. They can just brick your fucking Switch? I'd be so pissed. The level of unhinged I would become if a $500 console I bought became bricked randomly. The amount of like backdoor hacking shit I would have to I would probably pay somebody to do that shit or figure it out my own way just to guarantee that they can't get away with that shit. What the hell? Oh. I'm looking to see if there's anything else. Earth Defense Force devs are making a completely unhinged cyborg schoolgirl action game where you take down an evil megacorp. Full Metal Schoolgirl. Okay, they look kind of cool though. Like one of them has a minigun attached to her arm. Okay, another waifu game. Do you know how many people that could screw over a Brazilian? Shut up. A trailer for RDR Online is doing a new event called Strange Tales of the West Volume 1. Close to an Undead Nightmare. Oh my god, please give me Undead Nightmare in Red Dead 2. Please give me Undead Nightmare in Red Dead 2. I will play that on stream. I will play it on stream. Especially if it's online. I will grab friends for it. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, that's something else. That's somebody posting like an old thing. What the shit is that? What is that? Instant gaming, a weird pivoting handheld console of some kind? I don't... That's a lot of movement in a device that probably just increases its likelihood of breaking. Hi, Annie. Man, this stream gay, like extremely. What the fuck? I'm only a suspected homosexual. How could you? What is EDF? Earth Defense Force is a arcade-y shooter game where you play as like various soldiers of different classes and fight against aliens. Is pretty much the gist of it. Wait, what is this? Remember that time Nintendo teased an upcoming Way Forward game on a live stream after showing off Origami King and it turned out to be fucking Bakugan shovelware? I'm a human ice cube. Hello, everyone. Oh yeah, it's winter there. How you doing, bud? What trouble are you getting into? Can I get a shout out for aiming? Yeah, Earth Defense Force games are awesome. They're really fun. Also, hold on, I'm about to cough, so I'm gonna take a drink of water to prevent that. If you guys like my pre-stream rants, find somebody who's smarter and understands a lot of these things better than I do. You should go check out Annie. If you like my weird little like political rant nonsense, I highly recommend checking out Annie Marquis. 44 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty comfortable. That's long pants and a sweater with temperature. I don't see an issue for an Australian that's hypothermia. Listen, I grew up in Texas and then I lived in New England. for a while. So it's not the worst. It's pretty decent. It's pretty comfortable. Oh my goodness. But yeah, hell yeah, Brazil. Fuck yeah. Go after Nintendo and their predatory fucking oh, what do you call it? Predatory DMR? Terms and service? Acceptance agreements? Operate 90% of the year in excess of 80. Ah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Just remember though, Annie, you can take off as many you can add as many clothes as you need, but you can only take off so many. Sorry, I had that backwards for a second. Oh. Aw. Wait. Oh, that's cute. Sorry, I was wondering why Star Citizen was trending. It's a mix of some people playing gameplay, and apparently there was an update earlier today that accidentally created an exploit, a duplicate exploit, and people are just standing around duplicating some of their like currency. I think it's specific items. It seems to be specific items. But yeah. Other thing is hands are on keyboard as such, not in hoodie. Yeah, that was what it was like when I was in New England, because we didn't have we had a heater that was downstairs. And there was like a single quote vent, and I mean by vent I mean a hole in the floor with a vent over the top of it that was supposed to transition heat from downstairs to upstairs more easily. But wasn't very great. So I was very used to being in my room and having to like pull my hands into my sleeves. Draconian anti-piracy resolutions? Yes. So I'm raw dogging 40 right now. Listen, are you at least bundled up to a general sense? Do you have a blanket and everything that you can like pull your arms into when you're not typing? I'm also the kind of person like when I was typing, when it'd be freezing up in New England, I would pull the sleeves like up over my palms. And that was how I would type. It'd just be like my fingers sticking out of the hoodie sleeves. I totally just did it like y'all could fucking see me. Ordain is an elf? No, Ordain's a creature. Dry desert? I don't know if that's gonna work out for you there, buddy. Don't know how great that's gonna work out. But I don't think I have much else to look at. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Oh, that's sports. Don't give a shit about the sports. Shame on you is trending. Oh boy, shame. Shame. Lisa Murkowski? Don't know who that is. Apparently people hate her. Sports. Who is John Thune? Ah, yes, more shame on the GOP. Lisa Murkowski again. No. 54% on Rotten Tomatoes for Jurassic World. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 6 times. Actually, fuck you. Make a good dinosaur movie. Good luck, whoever's going to see that movie tonight. Or was it this week? Later this week? How's the stream going? Hi, Delivery. How are you doing? Spell slots. Who needs those? They're stupid. I have infinite mana power. It's not, let's say, infinite, because you're pretty easy to catch. Shockingly. Observe. A creature. He has been snatched. He has been yoinked. And he will remain in air jail until we decide to swap over to actually vibing and chilling for the day. From Maine that pretends being a centrist and votes party line. Ugh. I don't know how Maine could have such a decent governor and then have such shitty senators. Amazing. What is this? Something about Serbians? Serbians? Who arrest Serbian citizens on the street these days are dressed? Oh, it's Serbian police wearing shorts. That's it. This person's complaining about the Serbian police wearing shorts. Amazing. Yeah, but yeah, Ordain. I'm sure you do. We'll just. All right, how you feeling, champ? How you feeling up there? I something to make Impy a PNG for you. Ooh. Tradition of Mexican bikers strapping a blanket to the front of their bikes is fantastic. I adopted it, saved my ass a few times. Oh. Wait. Where is... This is why everyone needs a Mexican blanket that make them anime themed nowadays? What do you mean by Mexican blanket? Is this like to stay warm? Is that what you mean? The like patterned blankets? Those are good blankets. I'm not gonna lie. Those are very good blankets. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, apparently of all things to complain, it's the shorts. You're not close enough. I made sure of it. Plus, those things don't come off the wall very easily. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's people talking to Grok like it's a fucking person. And not just basically... Oh, that's a corpse! Oh! Oh! I wasn't sure what I was looking at for a second. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm scrolling past that. Oh my god. I'm not going to scroll past that. I'm going to read it. Hold on. Yeah. It was censored. It was like that blur censored. And I was like, what am I looking at? It's children. It's Palestinian children. And you can guess. Yeah, Grok is AI. Grok is very much AI. But people are talking to it and being mad at it for the things that it says, as if it wasn't programmed to say those things. So if y'all don't know, one of the methods that people use, especially in the day of the internet, the best way to drum up support and or anything for like a cause is to actually show people the things that are happening. So it's not that unusual if I go through like a trending thing. Nice. Okay, I regret going through... I've seen the plethora of the internet just scrolling through why Shame on You is trending. And it has gone through dicks and porn, corpses, politics, and sports.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
That's why I want to keep looking at this. Anyway, Ordain. All right. Definitely sounds like the internet. Yep. I saw Gawk. I saw Manschmeat. I saw children corpses. Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. Definitely sounds like the internet. Movie guy falls in love with AI. Fish. All right, guys. Are we ready to chill? Are we ready to chill? We need to figure out what we're going to watch specifically. We are doing food today. We are doing food. Now, who remembers what I said? Let's bring Ordain a little bit closer. There we go. Fantastic. Serape is the lifeline for Mexican bikers. That shit saves lives in cold desert nights. I adopted it for four-wheelers when I was training for search and rescue. Grew up in the woods, strapped a Serape to the front of the vehicle, allowed me to fit more food and water in my rucksack. Ah. Max Miller. What about Max Miller? Oh, tasting history. That's what you're talking about. We may. Hold on. Let's see. Max Miller. Real quick. The thing is, so we talked about this yesterday. Submarine food. Max Miller weirdly also has like a good time on occasion. He will release subtle messages. I'm sure they're not. They maybe, it feels like they are. They feel well too timed to not be intentional. Like a couple months ago, back when Trump had just taken office, he released, where is it? He released essentially the video on the food that was served and the history of the Japanese internment camps in America. He doesn't do it that often. Okay, it was exactly 6 months ago. It was when Trump took office. Yeah, I did remember right. Subtle propaganda. It's not subtle propaganda necessarily. It's mods get paid. No. Maybe someday, if we're doing well enough, I will pay the mods for their time. Swings axe around. Oh, hold on. We're actually gonna put him further back. Stay back there. Actually, we're gonna put you further up. Stay up there. Okay. Certain Central American countries. Okay, that's the thing. That's what I was gonna ask. Do we want to do? Do we want to just start naming countries that, like, the right hate? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with doing something like that. Because then we could do, essentially, ooh, history of Birani. Save that for later. Spotted dick from 1854. Ah, yes. Would you like some spotted dick? But what I was thinking, we can do, does the right like any country? No, we're gonna do the ones that they always like yell about in recent years. So we could do Venezuela, we could do Cuba, we could do China, but I think we're gonna do something else. We could do any of the Middle Eastern countries. There was another one I had an idea for. I said Cuba, Venezuela, do Mexico. We could do Mexican food. We could see if something like, let's see, what is it? The best food review show. See if they have like a Mexican playlist. I was actually looking through their playlist earlier. I know they have a Cuban one. Cambodia, Philippines, Vietnam, Nigeria, Namibia, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Myanmar. Canadian food is just every food. Broke me. Wait. Smart detection. What the fuck is that? Much history from government websites. And yep. There was also a little while they removed the Constitution from the Congress website. It's back now. I actually checked recently. But for the first like 2 weeks, it was not available. The Mekong Delta, Madagascar, Davao? What is Davao? Vietnam, Taipei, Thailand, Indian street food, Philippines, Vietnam, Kuala Lumpur, Cambodian again, Vietnamese again, Taiwan again, Korean again. Okay. I think there's different playlists that probably like stack on top of each other. The thing is, wait, I don't think I saw the... Oh, nope, there it is. The Iran food tour. Okay. Peruvian food? Ooh. No, let's stick with one of the ones that they yelled about the most, and we'll kind of like work down the list. They hit Central and South America, so I guess not. Even like America. Not unless it's benefiting them. Is fucked right now. A lady friend of the thing, Loki wanted to pop a ring on her finger, had to go back because her student visa expired, and as a Bengali Hindu, she's scared to death of persecution. She's Bengali Hindu. Right now, is Bangladesh having or it's had it for a while, a surge in, is it Muslim? We could do Cuba. Do y'all want to do Cuba? Let me find the playlist for Cuba really quick. I had it open earlier, but then I closed it. I don't remember why I closed it. There it is. Cuban food tour. There's not many videos. He only has like 4 videos, and one of them is just like the 5-minute intro, so we're gonna skip that one. All right, chat. How you doing up there, Ordain? How you doing up there, champ? All right, let me drop the glasses. Get the desk out of here. Here, we'll just here, go over there. How you doing there, champ? You can hang out right there. That's fine. I'm sure there's not going to be too big of anything going over there, so that's fine. All right, chat. Who's ready to cook pig? Cook pig. All right. Do you want some great news? Always. Always like great news. Bring the Dash's butt. Okay, no, I read that already. Constitution is a historical piece of paper. Hillary Clinton. Wait, what? I'm pretty sure that's from a movie. I'm pretty sure that's from, what is that Nicolas Cage movie? Not the Da Vinci Code. Could have been said in Da Vinci Code, too. Subatomic duck mentioned? What? Quark? Quark! According to NPR, televangelist Jimmy Swaggart has died. Thank God. All right. One televangelist down. 20 plus odd of them to go. Something like that. Something like that. All right, guys. Welcome to Cuba.
I have a question for you.
We may be able to go through multiple countries today because this Cuban playlist is...
I thought you would be like...
It's a big...
Oro, this whole trip, there's nothing you're gonna throw at me that's gonna freak me out.
Big.
Today begins our best ever food journey across Cuba, starting in the west, in a town known as...
Is volume good, chat? Do I need to turn it up a little more for y'all?
Vinales is a region dominated by agriculture, fruits, vegetables,
Aww.
coffee, and their country's infamous tobacco.
Here we are. Day
Infamous.
One, Vinales, my first morning
I don't think
in
you used
Cuba.
that word
Today,
right.
It's all about a classic dish of this country. I think so. Anyways,
Ooh, was that garlic? Yeah.
Lechon.
Bah. Damn, look at them things. Look at those things. How you doing, Disaster? I'm still a Pokemon
This
fan.
place has a special way to make it because they make it like in a hammock.
Banana
Like,
leaves?
You know what I mean? How you call this?
Longtime friend
Here,
and
real
Cuba
quick.
native.
The funny thing I always like about like various, it doesn't matter on which side of like Central America you are in this day and age. If you go all the way west to basically the Pacific Islanders and you go into like the Caribbean regions, they all have like a signature pork dish where they cook the whole pig in some like really unique way. And I always think that's really cool.
Oro Padron will join me as we take on the classics
Lechon.
of Cuba.
This area is famous for tobacco. Somehow I'm gonna have.
I know the
Oro
Philippines
teach me how
has
this
it. I
smells.
know Hawaii has
No,
it.
I never put anything in my mouth, like smoking wise. No, I never.
No smoking. We don't smoke in this house.
Grab a friend and get ready to soak
Chat,
up the
do you
traditional
smoke?
flavors
Is that
of
cranberries?
Cuba.
It looked like cranberries. It's probably not cranberries. It's probably something else. Because I don't think you can... Coffee? Oh, it could have been coffee berries. Infamous and more than famous? No, that is not what that means. Infamous is usually famous for bad reasons. Like, you would call, like, Billy the Kid infamous. You wouldn't call Martin Luther King infamous. Unless you were in the CIA. Doggy. Oh. Coffee?
Oro. Listen, we got our coffee here.
This smells amazing, man.
Smells like
Oh, God, can you imagine?
yeah.
It smells like...
Outside of Havana.
Go on,
deep in the
say it.
countryside
Say it.
of
Say it smells
Vinales
like coffee.
exists a small complex called Los Lorenzos.
You smoke a tobacco pipe?
Oro and I are the lucky guests.
All of
of the
5
local
times?
Community here. And there's no better way
I would
to
call the
welcome
game
guests
infamous.
than with the pride
The
of
game
Cuba.
Infamous was infamous because in the game, he was technically, by the average population, a bad guy.
Strong, brother.
Mainly because it's a
It's like Cuban
racism allegory.
This is one of the strongest coffee in the region, in whole Cuba.
That thing looks- it looks like a fucking gem, Jesus.
You get the powder and then you put hot water and you filter it, right? They do it different. They boil the coffee with the water.
Right.
That makes
Oh.
it even stronger.
It's
Oh, of
kinda
course
smooth
it
for being
does.
So
You render out
intense.
all the caffeine.
Immediately, I'm super alert and a little bit nervous.
Yeah, it gave me anxiety. I'm like,
Oro, you are a man of no vices. You don't drink. You
No.
don't smoke.
No.
You don't even like coffee.
no.
So what is your vice?
My vice is dancing, bro.
Not swimming.
I picked all the good things in Second Son, though.
Make me red.
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
get
even
red.
then, it's one of those things here. What is it? In the Infamous series, there's a running theme that the average population sees conduits, basically the people that get superpowers, as villains, as like terrorists. I'm pretty sure Second Son literally sees them as terrorists. And you don't find out like the concrete lady that's like the police officer is technically secretly a conduit. She's not like, it's not known to the public that the anti like terrorist organization that they are is also like a conduit organization. Bioterrorists, that's what they're called. Yeah, bioterrorists. And that's usually like the overarching theme is that even if you're as good as can be and saving people, the general world population in that universe that they made for the game is that you are the villain, a villain per se, no matter how good you are.
That I'm right.
It's J. Jonah Jameson is right 100% of the time moment.
I haven't told you yet, but the rules of my family.
Has the whole comedy routine on him getting shocked from how strong that shit is. We talking Infamous? No, Sour, we're not going to talk about Infamous much longer. We're talking about the use of the word Infamous.
Naive to kind of like childlike.
All right,
I just
Dane, I'm gonna go
find
put you in the
out
cage.
That how I am.
We'll
has
just,
to do a
you know,
lot
just
with
kind of-
this region. This is where this
right.
was made.
It's back in his room.
Made in Cuba.
The
One day
root, yeah.
discovered Puerto Rican Cantonese cuisine. That shit broke me on the best way.
During that time,
Puerto Rican Chinese
African
food is a cultural mix
slaves
of
were
rich
brought to
history that
the
goes along
island
with
to
those
work the
earth-shattering
fields.
flavors. That
Now,
sounds
hundreds
fucking
of years
awesome.
later, Cuba is a diverse melting pot of ethnicities. This person, this person, this person. Though they may have different backgrounds, they're all Cuban, and they all share the distinct.
I like
culture that makes
also how
this
well
place
they've
what it
taken
is.
care of
You
like
grew
their
up in Cuba.
the classic
How old were you when
vehicles
you left?
My early
on the
20s,
island.
Almost 13 years.
How do your parents feel about that?
Like
the
a
kids
good-looking,
went on to bigger
bright-colored
opportunities
classic
that they
vehicle
couldn't
is
find
not
here, or they
uncommon
sad
in
that you
Cuba.
gone?
It's hard for me to know if they are.
Yeah, it's
sad.
Wrath Month,
They're
Sour.
always
It's my
like,
birth month.
Happy for you. I'm like, no, but tell me if you are suffering so I can do something for you. They're like, no,
Yeah.
it's your life. Walk.
I tried lechon in the Philippines.
Yep,
Not once, but 4 times.
you goddamn right you do, baby.
That is like a work of art, man. Oh my lord.
It's the very
I had a
same
version
dish
of it that was
inspired by
basically just the
Spain,
pork
but
belly
here in Cuba,
at my
they do
favorite
lechon
Filipino
really
barbecue
different.
place when I was in
Is this a little
college.
Gate door?
It's
This
so
looks like
good.
A medieval torture device. I love it.
Yeah, it looks like that, right?
Yeah, then we'll tie
that's
him
why
to
it's
it.
called hamon.
First, in each crevice of the pig, they rub in a mixture of garlic, onion, Cuban, lime, and
Hell
calamansi juice.
yeah, dude.
Then a rub down of salt. Finally, they prepare the pig to roast on a wire hammock.
Why do they do it?
Hell yeah, all the garlic and onions, baby.
Oh, okay. He say like this
Spit roast
is
whole pig?
to
I don't know, this
make
doesn't
sure,
count as
like,
spit
how
roast.
far they put it. You know, if they need more heat, they can put it low, and if they need less heat, they can put it up, and they can turn it around if they want.
And then
instead of
palm
adjusting the
leaves.
fire necessarily,
Usually I'd
they
expect
can
banana
just
leaves, but I don't know if
move
bananas
around.
grow well in Cuba. They probably do, but I don't know if they grow bananas there. Are those banana trees in the back? Checks, checks, checks. I think those are banana trees in the back.
For 4 hours. In the meantime, Oro shows me Cuba's most addictive vice, and what is still a hard to come by
Tobacco?
forbidden pleasure in the USA.
Sir, first of all, thank you. What is your name?
Oh, he's the
What's your
tobacco
boots?
farmer.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Cuba is kind of famous for
My
its
birthday's the
tobacco.
22nd,
Not just that,
but
like,
it's my
this
birth
area
month.
is, like, the
It's my
most
birth
famous
month.
area for tobacco in Cuba and in the world.
What makes
Do you have
the
time to make a
tobacco
gift? It's
here
not till the
so different from
22nd.
Anywhere else in the world.
The thing is, though, is we're probably not going to be doing like a big special celebration. I mentioned it earlier. We will save the birthday celebration for after the move.
But it's not too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think bananas are a major thing in almost every tropical island.
For that, it makes the earth right here
In the,
very
Western
special,
Hemisphere.
and treasures for the tobacco.
Brilliant. Can he roll one for us?
If not sweet bananas, then at least plantains.
Dried tobacco leaves, and he's
Oh.
gonna turn that into
This is the meat.
drugs.
He's just gonna wrap it around itself
Growing up, there was
and make
this
it a
embargo
cigar.
with Cuba, and there was like these prized cigars that were illegal to have in the U.S. But if you had it, it was like the secretive thing. You can't tell anybody how you got it. But nowadays, I think
Hold
people
on.
can get Cuban.
That's a load of bunk. That's a load of bunk, because I promise you, do you know the number of Americans that still found a way to get Cuban cigars? That embargo was only for poor people and to try and screw over Cuba. Cake goal for doorway.
US. So it's lost a little
If
bit
we
of
hit the goal up top, if that 60% becomes 100%
Yeah.
in the next,
Confidence right there.
What's cooler than
today's Tuesday,
me?
Yeah, he does.
week and a half, by next Thursday, I will steal Faye after the move and we will bake a cake on stream.
Oh, you're next, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you gotta do it, dude.
It won't be a face reveal. We'll probably do like a weird like top down way.
Actually, the flavor is not bad. It's interesting because it's like
We'll probably do like a top down
You go
camera
through the
setup.
pain, and after the pain, the flavors come back.
It kind of singes the inside
We'll
of
get
your
to
mouth.
run
That
to
is
you
the
at
highly
conventions. I'm still gonna
coveted
try to come to
cigar.
like American conventions if I have the money for it in the future.
Field next to 2 ox. That has nothing to do with it. but
It'd be a
that's
little
pretty cool.
expensive. Like I still want to try to come to TwitchCon and maybe Offkai some year. I don't know just
Hosting has
yet.
been underway for a few
But
hours
it's gonna-
now.
it's gonna
You can see
cost quite a
mostly
bit.
Finished, but right now they're gonna do a
Again though, the
They're
goal
going
is to
to
also
this
hopefully be able to find
mountain,
some
and then
work or ways to make some extra money. Again, if y'all want to also spend some extra money, I do voice covers. If y'all need some voice work, it will count towards this goal if you pay me.
Oh.
Ooh, the
Like a
juices.
cookie, like a
The
cookie.
juices.
Can you ask him if it's overdone?
No, mira. Ella está bien. Aquí.
They usually don't eat this part here. They eat the rest.
Sounds good. Now they're gonna put it back on. How much longer is this gonna be on here?
1 hour more.
This is gonna roast for 1 more hour and then dinner time.
Hell yeah, give me the food. Isn't it Canada Day today? July 1st is Canada Day? Is it?
From the time you left
Aw.
Cuba until now, it's been well over 10 years. It's a good amount of time.
The
Any city,
plastic
any
block.
country would
I
change
saw
in
that
over 10
plastic
years.
block. What do you mean you don't have a wood
Some
block?
of the change is like how the
It's called going to Canada. I bought an entire box of Cuban imported cigars, just fucked off to Detroit before returning home. Listen, gotta do what you gotta do.
The country feels like it doesn't have a clear direction of where it's going.
Axio! You son of a bitch. And I know for sure Axio's gonna want... Oh, what the hell? I was trying to open the new tab and then the page just got wonky. The Wheel of Punishment. Alright. Oh, fuck. Alright, Chef's Club for 1. Hi, cool. Sorry, I got the hiccups now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, we'll have to do Chef's Club and the 50 squats. All right. Axio, do you want to time out somebody? Do you want to time out somebody? Sound off? Sound off. You can also DM me. If you have a target, who are we timing out? Can't time out mods. Can't time out mods. All right. Oh, we got to do Chef's Club, kids. We got to do Chef's Club. Chef's Club. Chef's Club. All right. Oh, dear God. No. Okay, we'll do whatever the fuck this monstrosity is.
All right, Cupcakes, tell me, when was the...
Did he just call us cupcakes? What fresh hell is this already? Why do we have a high ball of eggs? Yo mama? What do you mean, yo mama? What you mean, yo mama? Why are you saying those words? Anyway, all right. Hi, Ford. All right. I need to do 50 squats. Oh, my goodness. All right. Oakley dokley. Let me start this.
All right, Cupcakes, tell me, when was the last time you shared your muffin with someone?
Huh? All right, Cupcakes, tell me, when was the last time you shared your muffin with someone? What? Are you insane? Have you lost the plot, sir? Have you lost your goddamn mind? I will help you find it. 5 seconds in, I hate it. Yeah, we have 3 minutes for this one. Okay, I need to do 50 squats, so we will play this and we'll watch it.
Bring that in. And now we're gonna slide it right over here. And guys, we're gonna hope for the best.
6.
Just like that.
Hope for the
Pick up
best.
this whole thing. We flip it over.
Stupid.
Beautiful.
Fucking
Now we're
stupid,
gonna put a
dude.
little pancake batter.
That literally is just a highball glass.
Get our edges filled in.
13, 14,
Just like this all the
15.
way around.
16, 17,
That seems like it's
18.
about enough.
19.
Leaves us some
20.
space for these delicious potatoes.
All right.
Nicely salted.
Wait, what the
with
fuck is that?
bacon as well.
Pineapples and
Knock
bacon?
'em off all the way around, just like this.
Why didn't you just mix that into the batter, dude?
Tap.
Now you just have a massive. Wait, no, those are potatoes. Those aren't pineapples. Those are potatoes. Why didn't you mix that into the batter?
A little bit of maple syrup.
Huh?
A nice, delicious little flavor.
Oh my god.
Better.
All right. 1,
This
2, 3, 4,
beautiful
5,
meal.
26,
We're not gonna go on the oven. for
27,
that,
28,
So let's remove it.
9, 30,
Just like this.
31,
Carefully.
32,
There we go, guys.
4, 5,
Perfect.
36,
Grab a little salt,
37,
like that. And we top
38,
it off
39,
with the vegetables
40.
off of our bag. Just like
Yeah, it's potato. I still don't know why he didn't just mix this.
Cannot wait for this giant, succulent.
All the
muffin.
sugar in that maple syrup's gonna bubble
out the
out
oven.
and just sit on top of the muffin.
Let's wait. Here we are, only minutes away from tasting this delicious muffin.
I don't think the sausage is gonna cook all the way through. I really don't.
Well,
All right, we only gotta do 10 more.
now you can.
Oh, that's just the whole
Get a little
butter
butter
stick
in
on
there.
top, dude. What
And
kind of fucking muffin is this?
let's grab this here, just like that. Get ready. Flip this on top, and we flip it. Just like this.
We tell you sweet little lies about food. Okay. 41, 42, 43,
Beautiful.
44,
Now, one
45,
more time, guys.
46,
Flip.
7, 48, 49, 50. All right. Come back here, chair.
Guys,
A succulent Chinese
don't wanna
meal.
go off, but oh,
See, it doesn't even steep in properly. Those potatoes immediately fall out. All right, buddy, you gonna eat it? You gonna show us
And
how you eat this?
salted pecans.
How you eat this vase-sized muffin? Really pecans, dude.
There we go. All you gotta do now is enjoy.
Okay, yeah, nobody eats it. See? Nobody fucking touches it. Not once, not ever. Ugh. Oh my god. Why are you like this? Anyway, back to the good food. Back to the good food.
But in another
I
hand,
bet the
I'm
sausage was
very
undercooked,
happy that
too.
I came here because it's very interesting how.
Oh, I can't remember what that's called.
Of Cuba,
Oh, they sell that at my grocery store too, but
and the education is so well preserved, and they don't do it because they want.
if you did any cooking, it'd work better than anything on Chef's Club and you're in animation. Correct, Brady, correct.
A little emotional because I'm like, damn.
Oh my goodness.
This is it. Like, how pure is this?
Is it the kind of food they serve at Guantanamo Bay? No. Okay.
Boom. Lechon, my
Here
man.
it is.
That's
It
wrong.
looks beautiful.
All right, I want the ears. Give me
You're
the ears.
first one who gets hold of the pig. Is there some great section that you break off and sneak for yourself?
Break off the ears, break off the ears, break off the ears.
The little piece of skin because they become very crispy. So
Oh, this one's really bubbled up. This one's almost become like a pork rind.
Hell yeah.
It's crunchy, but it's almost become fried.
Abu
in
Ghraib
its own
special?
oil. It's like a
Ooh.
chicharron. All right, I'm gonna cut off this nose for you.
I want you
Yeah,
to
the
try
belly
other
is the good shit too.
But
You can see all the fat that had rendered off when he was like picking at it.
different texture. It's kind of squishy.
one.
Ear?
Right?
Yeah,
It's not gross, but it's just hard. It's like you need to fight for it.
it's kind of like a bacony nose. I wish my nose tastes like bacon.
It tastes like bacon.
What?
No, I don't know your nose. Well, I know your nose, but I don't know how it tastes.
It's hard not to know it. It reaches out and greets you.
I want to show you his most favorite food.
Wow, look at this.
I didn't notice too either until they started talking about noses, and I started looking and was like, man, he actually does have a pretty big schnauzer. He got a big schnoz.
All right.
Is the piglet that only eats
That's a
milk?
10.
This is different. Yeah.
I think that side's better 'cause
I don't think that's what it is in this case. Also, that was a skinny dog.
It's been like bubbling up in its juices all day. Wow, that's so juicy. The seasoning really came through. Sir, mucho gracias.
Oh my god, dude!
Juicy, succulent
Chicharron?
is just the start.
Kind of. Some of the skin will get crispy like that, but a lot of it is more fatty.
From plantains and taro root.
Taro, that's what it was. Taro.
Yucca. And congri, a staple
Plantains?
of this region. Made with a base of black beans and rice, then garlic.
Goddamn right, it's black beans and rice, baby. Red beans, black beans, and rice don't matter. Don't matter. It's all good.
Cuba, the fact that I get to come together with all of you, meet you, and be met with such kindness and hospitality, it's really kind
That man's wearing two hats.
Just want to say.
I can see both rims of the hat.
Okay, now in Spanish.
When you grew up, is this a typical kind of dinner?
Very typical. In a place like this is something.
Now
that
do it
really
again in Spanish.
Especially in the countryside, you cook after you work the whole day. It's not just like you go and watch a bunch of YouTube.
This looks stunning. I'm gonna try some of this.
Roasting. Turkey.
That's some good recipe.
Babies.
Savory, hearty, great texture, like so moist. Love it.
It's so simple, but if you see every element.
Oh, I want to try the
The
plantains.
main dish, which is the pig. The rice, all the rest are the friends, but he's a star. They're just like dancing, man.
Is it the salsa dance?
It is salsa.
He always likes bringing up dancing.
Look at this big juicy bite of this lechon. Dude, that's unreal. You know, I've only had lechon in the Philippines. They take so much care with the skin and how they put soy sauce and different stuff on it. Oil.
Fuck yeah, dude. Break up the mop. Oh, I'm lagging. The model's lagging so bad. Hold on a second.
That's some of the best meat I've ever had. How long have you been a band?
22 years.
Stop lagging.
Is that water?
Stop lagging.
It's room. No, but no.
Do I need to? Maybe I should reload VTS. I had VTS open like an entire hour.
Ooh,
Here, let's do that.
inside. It feels
An
like
entire
Christmas
hour before stream. So real quick,
In the countryside, do you like that
calm it
more, or do
down.
you like
Go
the
back to your
Havana
corner.
lifestyle?
Reopen
Yeah,
it.
they say they like to visit Havana, but no, they like laid back. The city is not healthy for them.
Too much rum.
No, not a lot of rum.
Not enough rum. Oh, hello.
My first taste of Cuba. The food, I had no doubt about.
Oh yeah.
But the reception, the lengths these people went
Okay,
to
there we
make me
go.
feel at home was even better. Our cross-country Cuba food tour is just
Why am
getting
I
started. Next time, or when I begin
stuck
our
like-
journey east, stopping first in the
Why am I
country's
twisted?
capital, Havana, where we'll be searching for Cuba's one-of-a-kind street food.
Why am I-
Snake skin.
Why is my hips like permanently twixt? Betwixt.
And be sure to check out our second channel, More Best Ever Food Review Show, for raw clips and deleted scenes that didn't
No!
make it into the show.
Well, all right.
At least not right now. Okay.
This thing is stuffed with
Oh,
seafood.
oh,
You
it's
can have
crab.
How you call the crab? The cloth?
Dungeness?
Ah, the cloth.
It looks like a Dungeness crab. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna reload the model. Unload model.
Our best ever Cuba food tour started on the West Coast in the famous city of
Hi,
Vinales.
Keyshawn. What are you doing? What trouble are you getting into?
Ourselves with their unique take on pork lechon.
Oh my lord. Oh yeah.
Today we're headed to the big city, Cuba's capital,
hi.
Havana.
Welcome to Havana, city
See,
of
now my
2.1
hips are
million people.
untwerked.
Today, we're on the hunt for some street
Unbetwerked.
food.
By my side, Cuban native and longtime friend Oro Padron.
That's right, we're here in Havana. And why does Sonny have the cool car and I get
Today we're on the search for
What do you
street food
mean?
in
That's a
Havana.
cool
I've been
car.
told,
I like
don't
that
expect
car.
lot.
I drive a
There's,
car like
certain
that.
cultures that are hardcore
Have a
street
good
food
night,
cultures, like
Envy. The usual
Vietnam.
drawing boobs. I'm proud of you, Keyshawn. I'm proud of you. Can I see?
Certain places, not so much. Maybe they're more in these places called paladeras. What's that? I bet Oro could tell me.
Learning with Oro.
It's a family-owned restaurant, but at the same time,
Oh.
any restaurant that is independent. Let's check out the food, let's have fun, and let's see if me and Sonny can handle a full day.
Okay,
of
that was just a
Cuban
burger.
street food.
That man was just hawking a burger. Jesus. I'm freezing again. God damn it. It's so laggy.
No, 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 no.
Just stopping him because he keeps dancing. Oh, wait, did y'all see those old men?
Street food in Havana is
Hold
about
on.
simplicity, being creative, and utilizing.
No, 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 no.
Hold on. Where were they? Wait. Oh, damn it. Look at these dudes on the bench. Hell yeah, dude. I also like Dancing Grandpa. Dancing Grandpa looks pretty good. He's got it going on. He's had the same style since the 70s. And he's still killing it.
Street food in Havana is about simplicity,
Oh.
being creative, and utilizing affordable ingredients that are easy to get.
Onions, limes,
Here
taro.
in El Cristo Park, one food vendor plays by these exact rules. At home, he's baking
Ooh.
up dozens of these, his own creation. Then he hits the streets and starts to sell.
Sir, how long have you been
Oh, his
selling
own
food?
creation? It's not.
Almost 6 years.
How long does it take to sell out usually?
Is it?
With confidence. He's like,
It
This
looks
is
almost like a
confidence, the
tart
one with the
crust,
texture
like a
like
crispy tart crust.
Can I try this one with the cheese? Yeah.
yeah, let's do it. Let's do
You,
it.
you certainly can. So it looks like a biscuit, some bread with some jam, and some cheese on top.
Yeah, and this is like
Jam
a
and
biscuit
cheese.
with coconut
Mm.
on top.
What kind of coconut?
We call it coquito. What they do is like they boil coconut, sugar, cinnamon for
Ooh.
half an hour until that everything evaporates, and this is the result of that.
Ah, it's a
Okay, that sounds
coconut and
awesome.
cinnamon
That sounds awesome.
reduction.
Hi, Hex.
Amplification, depending on
Yes, Hex, what can I do for you? Why are you trying to blow me up? You missed, by the way.
I like it. It takes some getting used to. It's kind of a dry biscuit, and then it's like, okay, oh, there's some ham on there.
That's a
And you
boat.
wanna slice that cheese?
That's a nice boat.
This one I like more. Do you want to switch? This one's better though. What's your thoughts? I'm looking at your
I was
face.
gonna say, the cheese I feel like would be really interesting. The thing is though, is I don't like cheese that is melted.
Your friend, they should date somebody, and they're like, tell me about
I would need like a torch. My ass is gonna break out a torch and just be like,
I got that feeling a lot in high school.
melt that cheese.
Just down
It
the
looks like a mini
street,
pizza. Unfortunately,
has
it's
caught
more like
my eyeball.
jam. It's
Do
like a
not tell me
sweet
this is
dessert.
avocado.
That's an avocado.
Are you kidding me?
That's not. Oh, okay. That's an actual avocado.
I was telling you a long time ago. Like, we have avocados this big, like a watermelon. Not possible. Okay, right here.
Yeah.
I want to see the
I was gonna say we kind of get screwed in in the size of our avocados because of our region. Wheel of Punishment, Grebos.
It looks like
Grebos. How could you? How could you? Please don't be workout. Please don't be workout. Please don't be workout. Please don't be workout. Oh, fuck. All right. Cheap time. Let me... It's probably going to end up like breaking some stuff. I need to figure out if it's like swapping between models, if it causes like annoying levels of lag. All right. Let me find the old thing. I need to, of course, change the eyes before everybody has an aneurysm. All right. Cheebs time. Cheebs time. You get 5 minutes of Cheebs. All right.
grapefruit texture inside.
Now we gotta taste it.
Oh, wait, what was this?
Oh, it's good.
It's sour, but it's good.
It tastes like
It's
an
citrus.
orange.
Of course
Actually,
it's sour.
orange used to be bigger here in Cuba. We used to produce a lot.
Mass
of
destruction
orange.
upon
Right now,
leaving. This is what
Cuba
happens when you don't give the
production
Chiefs an
came down, the quality
office.
also came down a
The
lot
Chiefs
because
has their
the
own
land
room.
Hasn't been taken care of as well as before. That's why we don't
I
have
put in pocket?
better
No,
quality
not
of
pocket.
orange. But there was a time
Not
that
pocket.
this was very important part.
I don't wanna
of
go
the
in
Cuban
pocket.
economy.
Oh, it's good. It was succinct. It was a little sad too.
That's Cuba.
that's-
Contrast, brother.
That's reality.
Yeah, contrast.
No
To
pocket.
bring me up from Oro's
No
sad
pocket,
fruit
Fairbanks.
trivia, a much-needed sugar rush.
Oh my God,
Cuban
churro?
sidewalk
Churro?
churros at Churros Locos, the most loco
Yes.
stall you'll find in all of Havana. This is Churro Evolution.
Oh? Evolution. It's also lagging. This model's
Yeah,
also
man. We're
lagging.
just standing on the street eating a churro.
You know about churros, right?
Yeah, invented in Cuba.
Nope.
No. Mexico?
No, it comes from Spain. Cuba has a lot of
Ah.
Spanish tradition. That's why we inherit the churros in our culture as well.
But that's where the cheese puffs are. Don't
It
touch
looks
my
like a
cheese
cactus,
puffs.
isn't it? Maybe
Don't touch my cheese puffs.
From Mexico because it looks like a cactus.
That's a good churro.
It's a good churros.
I like that.
I don't think I've ever eaten a churro. I think I've had things that were supposed to be churro flavored, but I've never had a churro directly.
Is that condensed milk?
Condensed milk. You know I love condensed milk.
Yeah, it's super sweet.
Listen,
It's really
condensed
good.
milk is the
In this
easiest
case,
way
they
to
put inside
sweeten
the churro
any
with
fucking
this
dessert.
They're building on what the Spaniards
There's tons of countries that just use like sweetened condensed milk straight out of the fucking can. Oh.
Now, one of the most unlikely non-Cuban Cuban foods you'll find
Cuban
in Havana.
pizzeria?
Dude, this is a pizza.
It's a real pizza.
Pizza shops are everywhere in Havana, and with good
Oh?
reason.
Every single street food that we met, they have something in common. They have really few elements.
Food shortages are
Bread.
not uncommon here.
Bread?
70 to 90% of the country's food is imported.
After the 60s, when we have a huge crisis, we have to create food that is simple, easy to make, and really hard
Yeah.
to get wrong.
The
If you're
bread.
selling ham
Bread,
sandwiches
baby.
and you run out of
Bread,
ham,
bread,
you're out of
bread,
luck.
bread.
But pizza only really requires
Oh,
4
shit.
ingredients: water.
All right, chat. We got a commercial break. I'm gonna swap back to the other model because unfortunately, I'm not gonna count. I'm gonna count the thing because I'm afraid that it's gonna like break things, and the facial tracking isn't working super well with V-Bridger on this model. But I need to run to the bathroom. Okay, we lived. We lived. Hold on a second. Where is it? There it is. There we go. Now I can get proper sizing and slide myself over. All right, kids. Have fun. I need to hit the bathroom. I may actually go eat that last piece of naan that I have from last night because I'm getting peckish. Getting peckish. Behinded the ads. That's true. All right. I'm back in a couple minutes, guys. Don't burn anything down. Enjoy the words on stream. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? What happened? I was upset. I went to the fridge to find my leftover naan, and I think somebody took it. Oh goodness. I think somebody took it, but luckily there was still leftover apple pie. So I had a few bites of apple pie. Oh my goodness. How are you doing, chat? What trouble are you getting into? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Quit screaming! Quit screaming! Anyway. You're staying up there until you learn your lesson. You're staying up there until you learn your lesson. All right. We can put this away. Put that away. And get back to watching them make Cuban
tomato
pizza.
Sauce and cheese.
A very simple tomato
Every
sauce.
Cuban pizza is a personal pizza made for you and only you. Toppings
Hell
range
yeah.
from ham to sausage or even
I would
hot dogs,
absolutely
but
fold
the
that
way
bitch
they
like a taco and
is
eat
a
it.
style all its own.
You flip it like this.
Like a taco.
Exactly.
Let's go for it.
Just say, has nobody else eaten a Totino's pizza like that? Or is that just a me
It's super
thing?
doughy. I love how doughy it is. Is that hot sauce? It's just covered in like a sour hot
It's
sauce, not
sour
even
too.
tomato sauce.
Yeah.
This is
Oh.
good, dude.
Actually, this is something that people eat it 8 in the morning. It's just quick, easy, and you get filled and get going.
Very nice.
I was gonna say you get filled and you get like that little bit of vitamins from the tomato sauce.
This is where Havana goes to chill.
Oh, I'm
on
lagging
weekends.
again. Damn
John
it!
Lennon Park.
Damn
in the
it!
corner, a government-ordered statue created in his honor in the year 2000.
Wait, of who?
This is kind of baffling.
Lennon?
Considering the Beatles' music was banned in Cuba when the band was most popular a decade prior.
I hate
These
that.
days, A more culturally
'Cause he's an
liberal Cuba
asshole.
blasts music of all
That's
kinds
just a
from this
calzone.
park,
No,
luring
that's
in
a calzone
locals
is if
who
you
might go
completely
grab a drink or grab some
fold it up.
food.
Also, you don't put the tomato sauce inside a calzone typically. You don't put the sauce inside the calzone. You cut the calzone open and then you dip it in the sauce.
What do we have right here?
So right here we have pan con croqueta, which means pan is bread. Croqueta, it comes from French, from croquet. That's the
Is
croquet.
it
Right. It's
potato?
like seasoned fried mashed potatoes, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very nice. And then this is the same thing, but
It's a
in a
sandwich.
sandwich.
Yeah, the same thing.
Potato
Due to
sandwich.
its
Carbs and carbs.
simplicity and practicality.
It can fill a lot of space.
This used to be Cuba's
Correct.
go-to sandwich, especially in the 90s.
It's also why the
Bread,
po' boy
fried croquette,
exists.
And a little bit of ketchup. That's all you need here for a good time in your mouth.
I like it. There's not much to say about
Yeah.
it. It's simple.
This is how you end up with
straightforward,
fried
soft bread,
sandwiches,
fried
chat.
potato, little bit of ketchup in
Necessity.
there, A little bit of tomato kick at the end.
It's
The
not
easiest
potato,
way
it's
to
made
make
out of
food
flour,
consistently
meat,
is with fucking
not
fat.
potato.
It tastes potato-y to me. I'm
It's
sorry.
not-
Oh god, I
I'm
just
so
remembered the
sorry.
lady
Man,
who
this
made
is
the
filling.
post.
It is
Hold on.
All right, let's get.
Chat, did any of y'all ever see the goofy post that was going around for a while of somebody who made a TikTok video talking about how she did water-based cooking? Ever since I started water-based cooking, my skin's been clearer. Anytime I'm sick, I'm healthy the next day. Bitch, you just made soup. You just boiled soup. Hi, Sai. Welcome in. How was your stream? Did you have a good show? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Also, hold on a second. I needed to check something because I realized that some of my tabs were different. Soup! It's just soup! Welcome in. Wait, you're playing Ultra Kill too? Why is everybody playing Ultra Kill today? Makari was playing Ultra Kill earlier. Is it because it's on sale? Did everybody buy Ultra Kill? Welcome in, though, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Martin. I'm the ringleader of Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. However, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have a very fun, chilled yapping stream. Today is Tuesday, so we do typically do food. We are currently looking at Cuban food. We'll probably move on to another country shortly. There is a theme to the kind of places that we are choosing. But we'll see what it is later. We are also making the slow crawl towards partner. Every little bit does help. Even if you can't stay after the raid, I totally understand, especially because you were already watching Psy for probably quite a while. But if you need to hit the bathroom, get some food, do all that jazz, or if you would need to, leaving a lurk is always greatly appreciated. We are slowly inching our way there. Emphasis on slowly. I'm trying my best, okay? I'm trying my best. It's just the vibe right now. Why is that on the same day?
Some beers. I saw someone with beer over there. Let's check that out.
Beer.
He was so confused. I don't think they have
Just a few years ago,
easy
private
access
restaurants
to beer in Cuba.
were illegal. Then, due to an economic
Private
crisis,
restaurants.
the government made some reforms.
Private restaurants?
And that's how Paladars were born. They are family or
Oh,
privately
gotcha.
owned restaurants. Originally,
Gotcha.
they were run from people's homes, and many still are today. Like
Ooh.
here, hidden away in the
No, the
suburbs of
tree!
Havana, right in front of the Paladar owner's home,
Her home is right there.
sits Cafeteria a la Barbecue, a place where filmmakers and artists
Oh.
share ideas and grab some grub. This is Cuban diner food, served
I saw
fast,
hamburger up there.
making the most of what they have. Like their hamburger.
That's a pretty decent looking hamburger.
So bread with hamburger.
Since beef is scarce, their
Oh.
burger patty is made with pork.
I'm gonna try that right now.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
I like it a lot. I don't know if I've ever had like a pork patty for a burger, but that's really good. It's very juicy. This seems
I don't know if I have
Cuban
either.
fast food
That actually sounds
that's
awesome.
with
Hi,
good
Seraphim.
quality.
Welcome
Could you
in, though,
talk about
guys.
How she prepares for the
It's
service?
just the vibe right now. What are you looking at, Sai? What are you peeking at?
She prepares her
You go into
team
lurk?
to act
You go into
fast.
lurk?
Everything's prepared today because her goal is. to
Where's
keep
her muzzle?
everything fresh.
Right. What do you got there?
She's mad because she's currently hanging here.
This dish epitomizes
Fine, Ordained.
Cuban
Go.
cuisine,
Go.
at least
Go do your
to
things.
Oro's
Go do your
eyes.
This is
things. Have
something
fun.
that my
Have
mom
fun.
used to make when I was
Good
a
luck.
Simple yet colorful and seductive. A huge portion of
Meat and rice, baby.
grilled
Meat and
pork
rice.
chops, and in-season locally grown veggies and sides.
This is a pork
Avocado.
Chop. You know, usually pork chop to me can be a little dry, but this is so good. It's so
And
juicy.
actually,
Listen, whenever you have your pork is more cubed, that's how you get juicier food. It's when you tenderize the shit out of pork and make it flat and then grill it on something where the juice just like renders off. Like grilling a pork chop is guaranteed to give you a dry ass fucking pork chop.
yeah, but the way they make it here is super oily. But she has
Yeah,
a
because it's also on a flat
balance
top.
between that, making
Flat tops,
not too
babying.
dry, but still not too oily, which I love.
To finish, dessert. Made
Flan.
inside a reused soda can.
Right here. This
That
thing
was
you
beer.
drink it here. They cut it. They put all the ingredients.
I was gonna say,
they
that's
boil it.
definitely a
When
beer.
It cool down. It becomes that thing that you're eating.
Oh.
That's really good. That was very
It
sweet
looks like
and
flan.
velvety soft on my tongue. Perfect way to end lunch.
Don't breathe. This creature shall have an axe. Go on, get.
Cuba is a place of creation, expression, and fierce
Your creature?
entrepreneurship,
All right, go get him.
waiting to
Go get him.
unleash its innovation.
Go get him, creature.
In this city, one hardly known Paladar is delivering seafood in a way completely unique to Cuba.
Check it out.
All right,
We're
but if I
doing an
find you
interview,
maiming
and it-
somebody
it's
other
giving
than like
information, but it
inanimate
looks great.
objects,
It works. It's okay.
I'm putting you back in air jail.
Sir, what is the name of your restaurant?
La Casa de Julio.
And you are none other than Julio himself. Did you live here
Hmm?
before it was converted into a place
Wait.
where people could come and eat?
La Casa de la Familia.
This was his family's house 7 years ago. They decided
7
to convert
years?
it into a restaurant because you can see it has a beautiful view.
My understanding is that this is how the Paladar started.
Yes, right
Did-
now there is people owning restaurants, but back then
Nice
that
pillars.
wasn't
Holy
possible.
shit.
So the first step was that family-owned concept. It was like a test.
Can you tell me about what makes your restaurant so special?
Can you imagine how weird it would feel to see like the house you grew up in or the house that you lived in just a couple years ago and you just look at it again and it's like, why is it a 4 or 5 star restaurant? What have you done to my home? I can kind of relate. My house has been turned into an Airbnb for weddings, and I hate it. I hate it
when we
so
get into
much.
the home,
They
we
gutted
don't
that
feel like
house
we're
and
getting
fucking
into a
turned it into
restaurant.
a
He's
fucking
inviting us to
Airbnb.
his house.
It's a
He just
white
wants us to
bitch's
be
dream,
welcome.
and I
What we
hate
eat
it.
Is what he will cook for his family.
Sir, thank you so much. And
How much do I have before the
And
explosion?
white
Ugh. T minus. Too late. Too late.
Joining
You're
us to
already
tape,
dead. Oh, this
Mr.
is the crab.
Julio and his wife.
it's a
Tell me the
beautiful
crab.
evening. I know we missed the sunset, but it still looks beautiful here.
All the seafood cooked here comes right from the ocean. No, not
Oh?
the far away ocean. I'm talking about the patch of ocean in front of his home. The
Wait,
owner
really?
either catches it himself
Oh.
or has local fishermen do the deed, reeling in fresh fish like this tuna. His daughter,
Oh?
and also our head chef, mashes it up, then combines it with onions and mayonnaise to create
Making a tuna
filling
salad.
for these plantain cups. Slices of plantain are shaped and fried.
Gonna accept
until
my fate
crisp
then?
and filled
Zero. You
with
have
creamy
zero time.
peanut Goodness.
This is from a plantain.
You were
and then
already
inside
dead. You've
they
been
put
dead
wonderful
7
tuna
years.
And mayonnaise. Go for it.
Get it?
I'm very curious about what a tuna salad tastes like that has raw onions in it.
If you call
But
it
also, I
now,
feel like the plantain
this
is
is made
awesome.
with CGI. You will put a laser so you can see how it's inside.
Is a joke happening right now? Okay. Clever.
Next on our menu, bite-sized sections of lobster tail cooked in a secret tomato chili sauce.
Let's try this out.
Okay, I was confused by that joke.
Thick,
Is it some kind of feverish
delicious
dream?
lobster
No,
tail.
it's delicious seafood. It's delicious
Sweet
seafood.
potato with any seafood.
Oh, really?
The sweetness of the sweet potato with the sourness and
Oh,
the
it's sweet
saltiness
potato.
of the-
Okay, I thought it was a regular potato.
Tomato on there too. Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try it out. I like that. And it kind of draws out the experience too. Usually I just kind of down the whole lobster tail. In
I
2
wonder how
seconds,
awkward this whole experience is.
but I like that.
Our final dish, garbanzo bean seafood soup.
This thing is stuffed with seafood. There's so much seafood in
Oh my
here.
god, give me the
Julio
claw.
tried
Give me
it
the
in
fucking
Spain
claw. I will
during a
fight for the
holiday
claw.
And has been cooking it ever
Oh, there's
since.
a whole crab.
But with his own twist. He's replaced unavailable ingredients like Spanish ham with seafood he caught in his backyard.
Okay. Oh,
They cook it all in a big pot with a secret blend of spices. Garbanzo
I-
beans, beer,
I
tomato
can't remember
sauce, and garlic
still,
paste.
I keep saying
hold
that's a
on.
Dungeness
I guess
crab.
it's
I
not
could
really
be
secret
wrong.
after all.
but it looks like the claw of a Dungeness crab.
I gotta dislodge some of this.
But the
so I can
body
get
of the
back
rest of
to
that crab looks
free
way
breath.
They're
too
not
small to be
pretending
the
me
same
that
one.
Whole thing, right?
This is for you, man. You're the guest of honor.
I mean the hand. How you call the crab hand?
Yeah, we just call it crab hand.
Claw.
Claw.
No, we call it crab
It's the
hand.
claw.
Oh, the crab hand. How you eat the crab hand?
Ah, see right here.
Oh, you see, we got technology right here.
We have technology. 2 metal tongs.
Oh.
No, you crushed the whole thing.
Try it out.
You got it.
Okay. But what accommodations does the carnival make for its undead staff? Don't rot everywhere. You get the same accommodations as everyone
So
else.
much in there. Can I ask how much that costs? 'Cause
Half
I know
the
in
crew is
US,
probably
you got that
undead.
At a decent restaurant, I'm like, I don't know.
And half the
$25,
audience.
$25,
Don't worry about that, though.
just
Don't worry
for-
about that. That's fine. That's totally normal. Don't think about it too much.
$6.
That's ridiculous.
He said that is a hook there, right?
I know. I'd love crab right now.
Proud of it.
Crab sounds so
This
good.
is so fun. So just want to say it one more time.
Gonna
Mucho
scare the interns. That's accent on fire. Oh my god. All right. Have fun, Ordain.
Adapt
Have
and
fun.
overcome.
Oh?
This is the ethos felt around Havana. From pizza to 5-star.
I want to know what the
seafood,
Cuban
what really
pizza
makes
tastes like. They said
Cuba
it was
work
like
isn't the
sour
ingredients.
or spicy.
It's
They say it was slightly spicy.
Hey guys, before you go,
Oh, that was the sponsor read. That was the sponsor read that it was skipping. All right. One more Cuban video.
This
One
has a
more.
feeling. He has a surprise. inside.
oh seriously?
Yes.
I think he's about to cut that.
Oh,
open.
did we get another lechon?
Oh man, I've never seen this before.
Oh, was there rice? Was there rice inside? Skeleton shambling about living in the haunted
Today,
coaster.
our
No, he doesn't live in the
cross-country
haunted
Cuba
coaster.
journey
That's managed by the
continues. We head to
mannequins.
Cuba's east coast to
The
city
engineering
of
department is
Barbacoa.
mostly mannequins.
Welcome to
I emphasize mostly,
Barbacoa.
not all
We
of
are
them.
here
We have made it to our final destination.
in the middle of.
I'm not a Neopet. Are you sure? I don't know. Ordain could be a
We are
Neopet.
also
Due to its isolation, this region, surrounded
Okay.
by mountains, is a
I
sight
think that was
Cuba
an edit. I don't think that he
outsiders have
was
seen before.
actually there.
It has a completely different feeling from the metropolitan
it looked
vibes
kinda
that you get
wonky.
from Havana. Coming out here, it's countryside.
a land that gave birth to a lot of our culture.
Okay, maybe it
Cuba's
is. Maybe
more
it is
temperate
real.
West Coast, ideal for growing tobacco and coffee. Barbacoa
If that's
is
true,
bringing
Baron
the
hasn't
tropical
fed me in
heat.
months.
Cow.
Yeah, that's
Not
fine.
being used for
You'll be
chocolate,
fine.
but
You've
used
been
as
fine
an
so far, Mole.
ingredient to season other more
Mole?
savory dishes.
There is a fish that they cook with the
How many
Today
times
is
can you
all
be
about
interrupted
the
in one
fiesta.
video?
Is that a pig?
It's like a pig pet.
Hey, it's pig. It's
Are
piglet.
we eating that?
Combining the best flavors of Cuba's East Coast
Uh-oh.
into one spectacular
Uh-oh.
meal.
Have you ever had pork intestine?
I did. Not this
Ooh,
one.
wait, that actually looks awesome.
So brush up on your 8th grade Spanish, because
Blood
this
sausage?
episode is about to be fuego.
Perhaps it'll be my first time here in Cuba trying a local cerveza.
Okay.
Or even better.
This tongue is a
Jesus. Jesus. He was working fast on that one. He bailed out of that one real quick. You gain sustenance from violence, Ordain? At this rate, probably. I figured you'd just been eating the Tesla trucks you've been burning. Is that... It looks sort of like bamboo. Maybe it is a type of bamboo. Probably.
Country life. Where's Oro? Shouldn't Oro be helping?
He's too busy dancing in the street and being deep in the
My friend hurt himself dancing yesterday. The only way
Oh
to get
my
him here
God.
through these kind of rocky roads, this uneven path, was to put him on a horse.
On our way to Baracoa, Oro and I are making a pit stop. to visit
Just
a
put him
man
on a horse
by the
and he just
name
starts
of Asa,
Instagramming it.
A farmer, a community leader, a hardworking
Sugarcane?
dude.
It,
To get
yeah,
to
it could
his
be
home,
sugarcane.
You can take the arduous journey
really big
through rocks,
sugarcane.
mud and water by foot.
That's really
or
big
you can go
sugarcane.
in style.
Can you tell me how long you and your family have been here?
He 53 years of life he has been in.
Is sugarcane your specialty?
Yes,
here?
okay, it is sugarcane.
It's more like
It's much larger than the sugarcane that grows in the US.
On this area.
My
Cuba
grandma
used to be
has,
a
or my grandma
sugarcane
had a plot of sugarcane
Once the
land.
biggest exporter in the world.
That
Until
is,
trade
that
stopped
she
with the
owns the
US,
land. It's
then
just
later,
planted,
subsidies from the
harvested,
Soviet
and
Union
like
stopped coming in
processed by a
around the
company, by a
90s.
local company.
Sugar prices crashed. Nonetheless,
But
Asa
the
still
sugarcane
continues
there is not
small
nearly this
operation
big.
here on his farm.
In other places, there's more
It's
sugarcane. factory, but
Jesus.
Here, what he has is a trapiche.
Oh. Oh, are we making sugarcane juice? Put it in the crusher! Chat, I'm sorry, you're going in the sugarcane crusher.
But actually, trapiche in general was introduced to Cuba by Spanish people. And it was a way to generate syrup.
I won't eat that shit. I have Sanders Mirror and I sell the metal. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, then I don't need to feed you if you got money.
Basically, the origin story.
Perfect,
for
even
rum.
better. Even better.
He's an actual Cuban. He's never had rum.
No. He's like, he doesn't drink that much either.
Oh, all right. That's not what I was looking for.
After
He doesn't drink that much
extracting the
either. I mean, it
juice,
is
it's filtered to
just
remove any
straight
unwanted
fucking
bits.
sugar.
Cool it up with a bit of ice, and we're ready to kick this refreshing drink back.
Say it's straight sugar, my dude.
Almost every day because he was.
I used to chew on sugarcane.
To hydrate himself, in this case.
My uncle would take us to the property to get sugarcane, and he'd sharpen it into a point for
Kinda
us,
thick. You know, it's.
and then
but
we'd
it's
chew
also a
on it
little
like
bit
it was
earthy.
candy.
I didn't expect that.
It's really good, actually.
We
I
also
used to
did
love
kind of
this when I was a
fight
kid.
with the
Drink with a
sugarcane.
lot of
We
ice
totally
and
didn't just.
super
Me and my
refreshing.
cousins totally
Sugarcane
didn't
is no
just beat
longer
each other
the
with
golden
sugarcane
crop
rods.
It once was, to the point that Cuba now imports
fine.
sugar from other
It's fine.
countries. Still, sugarcane is an important part of Cuban agriculture and an icon, like Cuban coffee.
The
and
machine
Cuban
breaks because
tobacco.
one of my knives got stuck in it. You bitch.
Now, with a belly full of fresh sugarcane,
If I'm going to the sugarcane
Laura
crusher,
and
I'm
I
taking
are
Ordain
finally
with me.
heading to Baracoa.
I don't know. The sugarcane crusher's pretty
Surrounded by
sturdy.
mountains and
I don't think your
situated
knife's
along
gonna
the
take
coast.
it.
Right now, we've just arrived at Daisy's farm.
Hi. I mean, hola.
Hola,
¿Cómo está?
bien usted.
I ran out of Spanish.
This lady single-handedly tends to this piece of land all by herself.
Yo,
From
wait,
farming,
wait.
this lady single-handedly tends to
That is such a cool sign, to the point where it even has mushrooms growing on it. That's cool. This is how you do a sign, chat. This is how you live the ominous witch farm life.
to this piece of land
With your
all by
mushroom-covered
herself.
sign.
From farming to gathering to protecting her home. Today, we're gonna find out
From
why
what?
the people of this village call her the Queen of Cacao.
Oh, what did you eat for breakfast today?
Yo estaba dialogando con el señor porque con las tazas de chorote que tomamos, chocolate.
She called me señor.
Oh, probably means sir.
She respects me more than you.
Wait,
doesn't know
stop, freeze,
Señor.
back.
Oh, probably means sir.
She respects me more.
Bird, burb. Chat, there's a burb. Chat, there's a bird behind her. Oh my god, there's a bird. He's so handsome. He's such a pretty little bird. He's having such a good time. I'm sorry. I like parrots. I like parrots a lot.
More than you.
Wow, she
He's
doesn't
so
know you yet.
cute. Parrots are so cute, chat.
That's what she have.
What is so special about the cacao? Where I'm from, all I
Can I
think
get
of
some
is
Hobbit
chocolate.
food? Define Hobbit food.
Drink, which called
You want your rice with your slurry and your bread.
When I was in middle school, we sang this song.
What's the deal? What's
Latte,
Hobbit food?
latte, Chocolate. Does that mean we mix the chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
And that is the end of my Spanish.
Living in the highlands and covered in shade, this environment is the perfect
I
place
spent a fortune
for
on repairs. I
cacao
hope you're
trees to
proud of
thrive.
that. Thank
The seed
God.
pods
Thank
of
God
this
the queen is
variety
willing to
are ready
spend
pick
the
after
budget.
They've turned red.
So right here you can see the bud. Would you call this a bud?
Una bellota de cacao, pero los campesinos le decimos mazorca de cacao.
Yeah, it's like a ball.
I think she's the most talkative person we've seen that
It
he's
takes
met.
5 years for a cacao tree to produce its first seed pods. And you need 10 pods like this to make 1 pound of cocoa. Or is
Oh.
it cacao? I don't know. Eventually, it's gonna be chocolate, and that's what really matters here.
Chocolate ball.
She chops the pod in half, revealing tons of cocoa seeds inside. Seeds get removed
Hell
and placed
yeah.
on a bed of banana leaves, where they ferment for 11 days. When the moment is right, it's time for
I'm
these
surprised she
beans
doesn't have
to
a
roast.
better
Cacao,
space
when
to
it's
kind of
very
rake them and like
raw,
break the
it's
outer
very good
parts.
For the heart, to give you natural energy. When the cacao has a lot of bitterness, it's very good for the blood pressure. It's super good.
I'm looking for something
Okay.
that's gonna help me be healthier, look younger.
Royal
from
treasury
the
getting
inside
drained by
out.
this creature
Honestly, look at me, how old do you
single-handedly.
think I
Oh
am?
no.
Largo más un poquito
Wait, this is
40.
birds?
22.
I like birds.
Yeah.
Birds are very sweet. Wait.
Younger from the inside out. Honestly, look
Wait,
at me, how old
did
do
she
you
just
think I am?
roast him?
Largo más un poquito 40.
22.
22.
Yeah.
Next, the grinder.
Look at I love her facial expressions are so good, dude.
22.
22.
Shock. Just shock.
Yeah.
Wait, I need that zoom in again. it's the oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Next, the grinder.
Amazing.
Transforming this cocoa
Amazing.
from beans to a thick cocoa paste. This raw, fresh cocoa can be used to cook any number of dishes.
just
Wait,
have
I
to
see
try
chunks
this
in
before
there.
It goes on to the next stage. Cacao seed. It's super bitter.
Blood pressure. Wait. Health and
It's
energy.
super-
They really do just be roasting this man at every turn. Every turn. This editor is just taking the piss.
Bitter. You can taste the hints of chocolate. Like
Minimal
okay, I can see how
buff.
that would taste like chocolate eventually.
Maybe I'm wrong. It also tastes a little bit like coffee.
That kind of roasted, nutty flavor.
The chorote
I can see that.
starts
I
with
can see
water
that, yeah.
and freshly ground cacao powder, cinnamon leaf, milk powder, banana flour,
Oh.
and sugar. Mixing and boiling until it's ready. And
this a drink?
espresso.
Ooh.
Salud.
Salud.
From the queen of chocolate. Let's try it out. Oh, wow. That's fantastic. It's got like a heartiness to it. It's not like a
I was gonna say it was banana powder, sugar, basically, chocolate.
She said that
Like,
this
what's
is
not to
the
love?
primary energy drink. When you get all the nutrients for the banana and all the elements that banana brings with the energy sense and the
Early form of hot
the
cocoa?
cacao, you get a drink.
I mean,
that
most
keeps
most
the farmer
most Caribbean,
strong
most
and working
not even
harder.
just Caribbean.
Like
I think
Barbacoa,
most like
Red Bull.
islander, central islander countries have some form of like a hot chocolate drink.
This is something that is
Whether it's,
very
like, water-based or
normal,
milk-based
countryside can be boring, but
or
she's
rice-based.
very pleased how
Bird,
much
bird,
you have
bird,
liked.
bird. No, go back. Bird,
Countryside can be
bird.
boring,
Look
but
at him.
she's-
He's so handsome. He's such a handsome man. He's so happy. Look at his little smirk. He's totally not thinking about killing the cameraman. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard.
Very pleased how much you have liked this trip.
Minimal buff.
Thank you.
Honestly, I think this chocolate drink is probably better than like
Hola.
getting, what is it?
Drive from
Swiss
Daisy's
Miss?
farm.
Is that the
We
brand
finally
that you would
make it
find
to
in
our
America?
final location.
Something
This
like
is where
that,
the
Swiss
fiesta will
something.
go down in a matter of hours. El Burrito,
The original
one
hot
of the
chocolate is more
oldest,
thick. I'm
most
pretty sure they
remote
used chili peppers to make it
settlements in
kick, hence the name hot chocolate. Yeah.
Hey, here we are.
What do you mean hot chocolate comes with no alcohal? I can't have it without the alcohol.
The dance thing.
I need the Baileys.
Nangong. It sounds Vietnamese a little bit, but it's not.
Oh, hold on. Let's
Fiestas
try this. They don't
here
have
happen
captions.
Almost weekly.
I'm sorry,
And they're
chat.
the
I keep
only
forgetting
remaining
captions.
Community in Cuba still doing a traditional dance known as the Ngengan and Kariba.
This kind of party.
Hold
they
on.
get
But,
together.
I want to see that kid again, Channing, with his bowl.
Known as the Ngengan and
Look at him
Kariba.
go. He's
This
got
kind
his
of party,
food.
they
He's
get together,
dancing.
they put
It's a happy
lot of
food dance.
and share with each other. This is actually that they do what?
What about rum?
They have rum.
All right.
Why do you keep asking about
Will you
rum?
try some rum?
here.
Ah, yes.
It's all
Join
about
me
eating
in
local,
lightweight land.
including these coconuts used in almost every dish.
Oh.
Also, there's lechon.
Oh, hell yeah, there is. Hell yeah, there is.
Most coast, they cook the
Okay, more
lechon
garlic and onion.
marinated, and they cook it
Oh, no,
with
wait,
the
no, this
sauce.
is the
In
one from
here,
before.
They put the sauce after it's ready.
So right now, there's no flavoring of any kind.
It's just natural, getting
Oh.
burnt.
Getting burned. That sounds like great
Cooked.
preparation. You really are a food expert.
I am.
Cool. Sounds good.
I have more to say. I don't know why you're...
Nah, we can go now.
Preparation is already
I have
underway.
more to say.
For
Nah.
lunch, or shall
Nah.
we call it pre-fiesta?
Everything is served in guira. Guira is a local plant, but you can find it all over Cuba. It's this hard shell.
Oh.
It's very important for them.
Their first
Is it
course,
not-
crab rice?
Hold on. Is it not... Is that not part of a coconut? I thought that looked like a coconut. Kind of. Kind of like a coconut. But also, hold on. Give me that rice again.
Hard shell. It was very important for them.
Their first course.
God, that looks so good. That looks so good, dude.
Crab rice. Just a few
Let's
steps away,
fucking go
in a
crab
local
rice.
home,
Oh my
a
God, wait, there's a
husband-wife
Jamaican
team put
restaurant
their
in my
talents
town.
together to create this
I may
dish.
be able to find
She
something
does
like
the
this.
cooking, while he
I may-
performs
that's the
important
closest-
task of showing me around his homemade gym.
Let's go.
It's a combo of crab meat, rice, tomatoes.
Wait,
and other
wait. What kind of crab was that?
It's a
That's a very
combo of crab meat, rice,
interestingly
tomatoes,
shaped
and
crab.
other local ingredients. The rice is steamed until it's cooked through, or until your workout is complete.
All right, I'm gonna try some of this.
He's got that rum belly.
Oh, it's super good. It's just a hint of
Good
earthy
nails?
crab.
Nails.
Milky.
You know these spatulas? They used to use it for vomit because
These
they
nails?
think that vomiting was a way to freedom your spirit. So they eat a lot, and the next
Is
day
this the nail
they
you're talking about? Maybe
release-
it's this one.
It's real.
Fish.
Beeps.
These golden fish get deep fried. A little bit of onion
Oh.
and a smothering of rich, creamy coconut milk.
Try it out. Pretty good. It's like very fried. It's like become a little leathery because it's cooled down.
Let's try it together with
Is this
It's
video
made out of
Jamaican you
breadfruit.
hungry? Shut up!
See?
God damn it, Paleo.
Kind of like their version of a
No.
tamale.
This is called bacan. The
Oh, I could see
elements
that.
Are like known like the tamale. The outside is made out of banana leaf. Inside they scratch the coconut and plantain,
Oh.
and they mix it with crab.
What makes it
Crab
orange?
meat. Right there, you see those red
It's
things?
crab.
It's called chote or behold, and the seeds.
That looks
is what
weirdly
makes
like
it
castor
beautiful.
beans. Would that look a lot like castor?
Oh, yeah. You taste the coconut right away.
Yeah, I love the fact that they don't put a lot of salt.
Really light flavors, a little bit sweet, and then just tons of
It just
coconut
it
oil
looks
flavor.
so good. It looks so good. Bites Marin's finger. Absolutely not. Do it again. I dare ya. I dare ya.
Just in time, the lechon has survived its 3-hour journey through hell, and we're ready to see what it's really
All right,
made
how do
of.
they
So right now
season
they're
it?
taking out the wood pole. He's holding the head. My man over here pulling the stick all the
Give it
way
a give it a
out.
give it a
flip.
twist.
And look at the stomach that's been sewn up here. I think he's about to cut that
Oh.
open. Oh, okay. But next to the scar, he just made a new C-section scar.
Yeah, just gotta take it out.
I've never seen this before.
All
There's
the
rice in there.
organ Has been cooked inside.
Inside here.
Yeah, with
Oh,
rice.
You
that's
can
gotta
just
be
smell, like, all
awesome.
the pig fat has just entered and saturated this rice. There's some liver on here too, though.
I feel I'm in a gourmet.
I was gonna say, yeah, they probably left in some of the more edible organs.
Whoa, that is delicious. It doesn't have a ton of seasoning. It's just soaked up all that porky essence in there.
I never tried anything like this.
That's good.
Yeah, it's
Man, do you want some rolled up newspaper? I may need some rolled up newspaper at this rate.
You ready?
Possibly.
Oh,
Possibly.
so juicy. It's very nice. Well, actually, have you ever tried this?
Oh, the ear. Fuck yeah, dude. I was telling y'all about the ear.
Crunchy, huh? Well, it tastes good.
If you don't think about it.
From this point, they're gonna
If
get
you
this
don't
ready,
think
break
about it.
down, cut it up, and get it ready for our feast tonight.
It's one of the
Let's
best
do it.
pieces of like
In
when
this
you have like a
batch, they
suckling
know
pig
the
of any
best the
kind.
meat comes from the inside. I'm not saying this pig only had a lot
Oh.
of heart, but it had guts too. Guts that our local chef turned into
Oh, yeah, that she
brains,
braided it,
something
yeah.
I definitely haven't seen before.
Okay.
The larger bits of intestines are filled with raw blood. Both are boiled.
Blood
cut into pieces, then
sausage.
cooked
I've never
again
had
in
blood
oil.
sausage.
Before
always
the
seems
fiesta
good.
Kicks off. There's one person we have to meet.
Are we meeting? Is it a bird? Please tell me it's a bird. Chicken. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Grandpa.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Antonio Palmero Ramírez.
Antonio Palmero Ramírez.
Gosh, shit. Hold
Meet
on.
the man behind it all.
Yeah, they're
The
fucking
fiesta, the
their
food,
captions
it
are
doesn't happen
useless.
without him. He even donated his own land to create the fiesta having area where
Oh.
the community gathers most weekends. But his contributions don't stop there. To complement all of today's bold and heavy flavors, Antonio is bringing something sweet.
Bueno, eso siempre ha tenido su nombre.
Has always had a special name? Okay.
This one that you see here, that is cucurucho, which is more soft. Cucurucho
Coconut?
means cone.
It looks like
This
coconut and
traditional
sugar.
dessert is made by cooking down coconut, water, guava, papaya, and sugar
Ooh.
for 4 hours, creating a
4
concentrated
hours?
sweetness as the water evaporates.
For 4 hours. For multiple hours. Or for the number 4 hours.
Let's try it out.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
It looks like a big version
We have a
of
winner.
that other thing that we saw
All the
earlier.
way here. Right.
For this one, have you had this before?
Yes.
Man, oh, it's hard to explain the flavor a little bit. It's like the inside is
I was
like
gonna
that
say, I
super
imagine it's
rich,
just very sweet.
coconutty bit, all kind of mashed together with some fruity guava notes on top
Dodges.
of that.
my favorite.
Miss.
In the world.
This is crazy.
That's a
This could be in,
spam or a
like,
hot dog you've
5-star
eaten
restaurant
ear. Oh
as a
yeah, for
dessert.
sure. Oh yeah, for sure. No, I just mean in like the crispy state.
108.
What is your secret to a long life?
Mi papá murió de 108 años.
108.
El hermano mayor mío murió de 105 años.
But does he have any secret?
No, yo no tengo ningún secreto. Y trabajo.
There isn't any.
Yo todos los días trabajo.
So when do you plan
Yeah.
on retiring?
Dice que si tú planeas retirarte.
It's like it's
Antonio,
Retirement
like
is not
many
much
others
of a
I've
thing
met
for
here,
other people.
finds joy in the simple
But
things.
it's the-
hard work, community, and being grateful for what he
Yeah,
has.
it's just the
He's
everyday
embodied
work of
the
life.
idea that happiness isn't a specific destination, but something to be unlocked within ourselves at any time.
This moment makes me happy.
Just stay
Being able to
active,
interact
chat.
with
If you want to
people
live a
and
long
try
time,
this food.
just
It's
stay active.
mind-blowingly delicious. That hidden away in this small kitchen.
Water
on the
evaporates
eastern part
before
of
it hits me.
Cuba
You
is
fucking
something that
goofballs.
People around the world would die for.
No
So,
wizard
it's
fights
an
in
honor to try
chat.
it out.
We're learning about food here today, chat.
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Oh, you look emotional.
I am.
Aw. Aw. All right, show me the food. Show me the food. Ooh. Wait, what was that face-looking thing?
Of something called song.
Fuck learning? Ordain! Mr. Ordain, sit down. Right now.
This is kind of like embarrassing.
Or I will get the gun.
This
I cast
ancestral dance has been
endometriosis.
here for
You
over a
motherfucker.
century,
How dare
and
you put
people
that
are
curse
doing
on
their best to
anyone?
Keep the tradition alive. Oro, on the other hand,
All right.
I think he's just
All right,
making
that's
it up
it.
as he goes.
The emotions
That's
that
it.
they do is imitating what they do.
Back in air jail.
the
You're going up there.
kids. And it actually feels a
Good luck,
little
kiddo.
bit like vowels. You know what I mean?
All right, you can stay up there.
Waltz.
You can stay up there the rest of the showtime. I learned that I want to try Cuban food.
All right.
Do you know what that's for?
Water.
That's it. Where is he?
Rum.
Come here. Bitch. Bitch. Bitch.
Does it feel
There you
weird at
go.
all having seen my show so many times and
There
then
you
not
go.
being part
Back
of
to your
it?
corner.
No, man. For other people, you are
Hang out upside down for a
For
while.
me, you're my friend. You know, before when we're living
The
together,
hammock looks
we
comfy
would
up there.
have these kind
Listen,
of
everywhere with a
Difference
hammock is
when we
comfy.
had those discussions, I was drinking and you were not.
Yeah.
But today, you're drinking, and actually, I'll be drinking too.
I'm not responsible for what happened after this.
Cheers.
That looked like a smaller like peel of like a pear or something weirdly.
Not bad.
Really?
Yeah, I think I can handle this.
Did your dad drink a lot?
My dad doesn't drink.
That makes sense.
My mom.
That's it. I was gonna say my dad doesn't drink. That's the first I've ever heard that.
What's happening? Here's what we need.
Lightweight.
I'll be right back.
Oh shit, man, this is burning.
Ooh.
This just made me wanna laugh.
Oh, the
This is
intestines.
working real quickly, though.
It's okay, buddy. Listen, me
what
and
are
you
you
can
guys talking
sit in
about?
the lightweight corner. Just means we spend less money on getting
Are you
drunk.
drunk?
You want somebody?
Yes, yes, he is. Yes,
Or
he is.
you
Very
want
much so.
somebody? He's pretty lonely.
You had half a shot.
Puppy, puppy.
Listen, we're about to finish things up. Here, I got this because this is
How
a great
strong do you think
combination
Cuban
of
rum
unique
is?
Dishes here that they're
Like,
making in
like the
this
whatever
area.
rum that they
Really
probably
two
had
things
here.
for
How
you to try.
strong
I
do
know
you
it's
think
gonna
it
be
is?
Out of your comfort zone.
Okay.
The first one is this. Grab that. Okay. No, it's not that. It's an intestine braid. Have you ever had pork intestine?
I did.
Okay, it looks crispy. Or at least chewy.
It's not bad.
Dude, that is drinking
Putting the
food
booze on the
if I ever
business
had it.
the business card.
Why people drink alcohol and eat this.
Wait, on the Amex? No, don't put it on the
It's
Amex.
like fatty and porky. Super simple. But man,
I still have my bottle of whiskey. What kind of whiskey?
Awesome chewy texture.
Speaking of serious, the hammock in a Himalaya sounds nice, and it is until the fucking monkeys show up. Okay, yeah, the monkeys being the downside there makes sense.
Into the intestine. Dude, it's so meaty. It kind of tastes like organ meat. It's like halfway between heart and liver.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
do it like this by itself, and
It always looks so spongy to me. Does that make
You'd be
sense?
okay with that.
Fair enough.
Right, it looks spongy to y'all too, right? He's playing with the dogs.
At this point, Oro and I have driven completely across the country of Cuba in just a few days, sampling the country's most
Yeah?
eye-dazzling, tongue-tingling cuisine.
I got the opportunity not just hang out with you.
Him just
but
riding on the
hang out
donkey
with
again.
Very humble people from my country.
Is Cuba-derived rum, however, I imagine U.S. booze regulations post-1996 nerfed it quite a bit. Probably. Almost certainly.
So for me, that is very encouraging.
My brother.
Especially because Bacardi is like one of the largest rum brands in the U.S.
Headed back to
I
Havana,
bet they've
where
adjusted
we'll
the
witness
recipe.
Cuban food of the future.
Who would have thought that you will find a Michelin
Who?
restaurant in Cuba? Is it your first?
Yeah, can you go this way a little bit?
Okay.
There you go.
Boom, boom.
It is the end of the episode. We did it. Check out Oro.
Did you say that there was going to be another one? Because this was the last one in the playlist. Well, now I'm confused. That was the last one in the playlist. When was this? This one's 5 years old. It's pre-COVID. Oh my god, chat. Chat. Do we do Okay, do we do Afghanistan? Right? We have to do Afghanistan, right? Right? Obligated? Right? That's gonna be our next country. Let's see, how far in are we? 2 hours, 45 minutes. We could do both of these. We could do both of these. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Tomorrow, I'm traveling to
No. So what we're doing, because I think it's funny to do this. Apex Peeper, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Had to follow you and please call me Apex. Well, thank you, Apex. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. So what we're doing is typically on Tuesdays, for those of you that are new here and missed the beginning and the yesterday's end stream, Johnny Walker Red Label. Dang. But where was I going? Oh, we typically do food stuff, and I am fairly indecisive when it comes to what we are going to watch. A lot of times we end up just watching like Japanese or Southeast Asian like food markets and stuff, which we will probably still do on for these Tuesdays and everything, especially with like Dancing Bacon, because I really like watching Dancing Bacon with y'all. What I've decided we're going to do is we're going to start going through countries that, because I think it's something like 65% of my audience was it 65%? I think it was 65% is American. We have all grown up under essentially a shroud of understanding for many of the countries, and we're fed near constant propaganda of many other countries and how they are, how they behave, and like what they're like. And I wanted to do it in a way that is both fun and kind of exciting. And my favorite way is to learn about cultures through their food and their history and stuff. Of us are food illiterate. Oh, that's a good way to put it. That's another good way to put it. The bonuses are for everybody else, and generally the other 35% plus. I could be way off. I think the actually American percentage has been going down because we've been getting more Europeans in here, which is awesome. I also did check. Apparently, a lot of y'all use mobile when you listen in. Like, there's a 50-50 split on using mobile versus using PC, which is kind of cool.
Afghanistan. This has the potential to be one
Dutch
of the
food
worst
stamp
decisions
on.
I've ever made in my life.
I think it's gonna go great.
An American who had been
I think it's gonna go great.
captured by the Taliban was set free after 2 years in confinement.
The 65-year-old was held by the Taliban in Afghanistan since December of 2022.
Was he an American soldier? No. He went there as a tourist, just like I'm about to do.
All right, we'll see what happens.
I'm going to Afghanistan for the food. Although many of you might not know it, Afghan food is iconic. But here's the
Fuck
thing,
yeah, it is,
people who
dude.
had food from Afghanistan didn't have it in the country.
But I was just saying, this is another thing. It's like, while there are like the bad parts of many countries and certain points that stand in those countries, I want like all of us to like have like an understanding of the world that isn't just defined by our politicians and our news media. So, which is why I like watching things like this. I used to watch the shit out of like Anthony Bourdain. And what was it? Was it Weird Foods or something? Let me see. Weird Foods, that Travel Channel show. Andrew Zimmern? Was that what it was? Weird Foods, Travel Channel show. Bizarre Foods with Andrew Zimmern. That's what it was. Bizarre Foods with Andrew Zimmern. This is what it's annoyingly I feel like that he basically wanted to make a show exactly like all of the Anthony Bourdain shows were like, but the way he had to pitch it to the Travel Channel to get it done and for marketing purposes is he had to essentially describe it as, this is weird, this is bizarre, because he was pitching it to a primarily American audience. Which is also why he also has like Delicious Destinations, which is basically like a quick shot of like a whole bunch of different locations. But he did a very good show too. This was one of the guys that I watched a lot of when I was younger, and I really enjoyed watching the Travel Channel. But yeah. When it came to food, my brother joined our family from Hong Kong. Even though I grew up in rural redneck, I had Mexican and Hindu neighbors. They were nice enough to make me and my family food, especially when one of us was sick. My hometown had no Asian people and a single-digit number of black people.
Especially now after the Taliban has taken control of the entire country. If you didn't know, here's a quick history lesson.
It's like,
Sparked by the 9/11 attack.
Oh yes, here we go.
The US launched a military campaign in Afghanistan in October 2001, meant to dismantle Al-Qaeda and topple the Taliban. Over the
How'd that go?
20 years, more than 800,000 American soldiers were deployed to Afghan battlefields. The last of them left in August of 2021. Soon after, the US-backed Afghan government collapsed and was replaced by the Taliban.
Oh, jeez. Who would have thought the government propped up by America was gonna collapse when America decided they were gonna leave arbitrarily? We never should have gone in there. Never should have gone in there.
Strict Islamic Sharia law, which includes banning music, movies, and all non-religious entertainment. It also denies women education beyond primary school and prohibits them from appearing in public without a male guardian and full body covering. Still, Afghanistan promotes tourism, even as governments around the world warn travelers
It is a curious thing.
Ongoing threats of terrorism and kidnapping.
Risk of wrongful detention.
Iran is working with me now to travel to Afghanistan. He was able to go
ahead
of time to Afghanistan and procure filming permits. So technically, I have legal documents that say I can film and make videos about food and culture in Afghanistan.
That's very interesting. Okay.
Permits in Egypt. And they took away all my cameras. So the permit,
wait, what?
It doesn't guarantee anything. I would say a marker of a successful trip in Afghanistan is
for this. Was that a coffee?
And that's what I'm hoping to do by the end.
Saigon. Wait, does he live in Saigon?
Okay. Right now, I'm in a taxi on the way from my house to the.
Oh my God, he does. He does live in Saigon. Wow.
Absolutely pissing my pants right now. I'm freaked out.
What kind of looks do you think you get at the airport?
By Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He said the United States is pleased to welcome home.
Oh boy.
The president's commitment to the American people is clear. We will not rest until all Americans detained in Afghanistan are brought home. So there's more stories of.
I'm sure it's going to be fine.
The fact remains that there are people who are still being detained or held.
Be interesting.
In Afghanistan.
Wait. How old is this video? 11 days, and the other one's 4 days ago. He's probably still fine. He's probably still fine.
My decision. Starting in Vietnam with a 7-hour layover in Dubai to add to my anxiety.
7 hours of anxiety in the Dubai airport.
Boarding my final flight.
Hey, KFC.
In Kabul, Afghanistan. I guess the first point something could go wrong would be at
oh, don't make no mistake. My brother and the Hindu neighbors are the only Asians for like 50 miles. Oh, okay, gotcha. Also, they even self-care.
So many cameras and lights. It could be an issue.
The final flight on Fly Dubai.
I'm sure this is gonna go great. I'm sure it's going to be fine. Just be an agreeable person. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and put Ordain down. Let me just.
So far, so good. Going
All
through
right.
immigration was interesting because the immigration official recognized Minnesota, and he said his brother lives in the USA.
Aw.
He's a very friendly guy. Now, a step I didn't expect, they had to see our passport and our ticket, and we have to kind of fill out a registration form, but it should be no big deal.
I was gonna say, that's not
actually in
too
Afghanistan until
far
we cross
off.
customs. And in a not-so-camera-friendly nation, our lenses, lights, and light stands have the potential to get unwanted attention.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we've made it through everything. We made it through customs. No big issue. They asked if I was a journalist. I said no. They checked a bag quickly. And
I would have said yes. You should have. You should have said yes. You should have said yes.
For our fixer, and then we're gonna head to the.
You gotta get that. Gotta get that press vest, my guy. Gotta get that press vest.
Really like to be in Kabul. Already here at the airport, I can say not a lot of tourism.
To be fair, it's large by band. He's got the best chances. I have no issues beyond maybe having equipment confiscated. He's in Afghanistan. I don't think you get the same typical benefits of being a large white man in Afghanistan as it is right now. There's also the thing though with, again, people aren't the government, and in this case the government is technically the Taliban and whatever forces are a part of that, but even then the general population does not hold the same beliefs as its government. To be controlled by somebody is not to be like them. Now, you can be, what's the word?
Prepare for the mission ahead.
This is an honest question.
Complacent, depending on the type of person you are, but not typically in this case.
I mean, a lot of them were.
I think most of these people are just kind of
Anything about this?
under,
I have no idea, no man. Seriously, I don't know.
what is it? Basically under their control, I think is the way to put it.
Iranian, and Iran is right next door to Afghanistan. Aside from my
Iran,
camera
yeah.
guys, the rest of the cast.
Hi, dipshit idiot. How are you doing?
My only consideration upon landing today.
Are friendly as most countries? Yeah, almost every country is friendly.
Seems not to be a topic.
It's when you run into the government and the military is the point where people are not so friendly.
Whether it's safe for foreigners to come to Afghanistan?
They had 4 radios due to 4 failed revolutions. The Egyptian border control confiscated all their equipment, even though they had permits, so they made their entire documentary on iPhones. Ah, okay, maybe we'll watch that one at some point. Not today, but at some point.
So when you say good security under the Taliban, how does that put me at ease?
That's a very good question. Yeah, it's a good way to ask that question, but
it's definitely too late.
I guess all I can rely on now.
That is great security.
Negotiating skills.
See, Mountain Dew is still here. How bad there's an Apple store.
I'd also like to complete this.
I have questions. Because that says Starbucks Coffee. The bottom says Starbucks Coffee, and it is the same logo icon as Starbucks. But on the menu over here, that icon says Starbucks and not Starbucks. Is this a Starbucks that's been translated, or is this a fake Starbucks?
Mission equally unscathed. Arriving at our hotel
okay.
doesn't exactly boost my confidence.
All right, they lift the barrier. 4 guys with big guns and multiple huge barriers just to get into the hotel.
Listen, I don't like guns either, but at the same time, as long as they're not pointing at me, I'm still fine. Once they get pointed at me is the point where I'll be concerned.
Our bags are scanned by X-ray.
Makes sense.
As I pass through security,
you have some travel knives?
As I realize these men are here to protect me and the other hotel guests. But I can only imagine what sort of threat we require this much.
Oh my god, that door!
From.
Finally, this is starting to look like a hotel.
Oh wow.
All right, so I thought it might be interesting.
Oh my god. Wait, I want to see that lobby again.
Hotel here in Afghanistan, so
the guy was the shithead, the government sucks, but the people are good and awesome. Hold on.
This is super handy.
Oh, that's a prayer rug. I've also heard a couple times in different situations that there's a lot of people willing to scam tourists. If you go to Egypt and you go to the touristy areas, they will rip your fucking wallet out of your pocket practically. They're pickpockets in practice, in name, but not practice. There we go. That's a better wording for that.
A prayer rug.
Oh, but wait, I'm not sure which direction I should face when I pray. Oh, no problem, right here. This arrow helps you indicate which way Mecca is,
That's
so you know
cool.
which way to face when you pray. Beyond that, it's a pretty standard room, but let me address
That's
the
actually
elephant
kind of
in the room.
cool
I'm not wearing
in
the
its own
bandana
little way.
right now because I didn't want to draw any attention to myself, and I'm not sure if I'm going to wear it tomorrow either. And I'm sorry if it feels disconcerting. I know.
Wait, his hairband?
From here, we're gonna rest up, and then tomorrow.
Instead, we get his 5 head.
Actual city.
It's okay. I have a 5 head too. Just look up there. I can close my eyes. See that 5 head? That's just crazy.
Kabul is Afghanistan's
I can
largest,
solar
most
flare
populous city, home to
like
4.8
like
million
Krillin
people, meaning
at a
about
moment's
10% of
notice.
The nation lives here. Believe it or not,
Oh?
some tourists do actually come to Afghanistan. They travel here to wander through the 3,500-year-old
Birds.
quarters of the city,
Chat, there's
where
more birds.
bazaars still bustle with the same
Chat, look at the
chaotic
birds.
energy as centuries pass.
Shoes.
Here, nearly any path will eventually lead you to a unique taste
Oh.
of Afghanistan. Like this, a dish made of only hooves and heads.
That is some soft skin. I gotta do this.
H&H anyone?
We'll break bread here soon. But first, I'm headed somewhere else to break my fast.
We're going to be trying Afghan food for the first time in just a moment. But most importantly today, we're going to get adjusted to how it's actually going to work.
Oh, I did wear his
to
headband.
film video in Kabul. The problem isn't just with officials who don't want you to shoot, but also with the people themselves. From what I've experienced just in the last day, there are certain people who are open to being shot, maybe for a very short time, but many who want nothing to do with the camera at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of differing looks here. Oh, who's our thank you for doing your season pass this minute? Oh, of the time of all times. Oh my goodness.
Chainaki. I'm told chainaki
Chainaki?
means teapot or tea kettle. Chai might sound familiar, like the word chai tea, which means
Mm-hmm.
tea. Here, this man is stuffing
What
all
is-
of these
what is with
different
the fabric on the
ancient
roof?
tea kettles with mutton. Wali, salam.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum. I don't know what he said, but that sounded very polite.
Wally is a second generation.
He sounded very
70-year-old
happy to meet
eatery,
him.
But this cooking technique goes back centuries.
Right here we have a simple tea kettle. He has some different cuts of the sheep, including the dumba, the butt fat meat of the sheep, plus some protein.
Ah,
he sets that into the tea
okay.
kettle.
Water and a pinch of
This
salt
is
follow the sheep meat
Damascus
into the
sheep,
teapot.
I think
The
is what
next
these
step
are
is
called.
To put dal inside.
Chainaki is food
Corn?
of Afghanistan's nomads.
Oh,
Folks who
no.
valued portable, practical cooking methods.
Oh.
The type of people who don't mind the taste of
Hi,
sheep
Apex.
fat
I figured.
their morning tea.
We're moving on to our
So
next
that's
ingredient
most
right
of
here.
that's
This is a
most of
combination
chat. Chat,
tomato
sound off
and
if
onion.
you like
After
women.
centuries of
Sound
cookware
off if you like
innovation, A
women.
humble clay teapot remains the best choice for chainaki.
Do you
Its
like
snug lid
women?
traps steam, while its thick walls
07.
retain heat, allowing the dish to slow cook for hours at the perfect temperature.
You will actually see there is a
I guess they- with the
wood
slow
oven
cooking too, I bet all
underneath
that butt
with fire
fat
inside, providing
melts
all the
away.
heat to these tea kettles right here.
Over the next couple of hours, Wally will be busy tilting, tapping, and timing each
Oh.
teapot, all to ensure each one produces the perfect result. But that is just our protein. In Afghanistan,
Wait, just the protein? There's more?
it's not a meal
Bread.
without Afghan bread.
Right now, we're
Hell
in an
yeah.
Afghan bread making factory, making one of the most popular types of bread they have in this country, and this stuff is delicious. In the back of the
Hell
room
yeah,
is literally
dude.
a bathtub full of dough. Sometimes I'll use a bathtub.
What is
as
literally a
form of
bathtub?
measurement, Like, could I have 3 bathtubs full of gravy, please? There's an actual bathtub. The gentleman in the back, he pulls out big globs of dough. He weighs them, and then he forms
mean,
them into nice, smooth dough.
you gotta
balls.
use what you
here,
got.
This is where the
And I'm
texture
sure they keep it
happens.
clean
This gentleman
enough.
Right here is flattening the bread, and then on this side, he's kind of perforating the bread, so it'll be easier to tear apart later.
Oh. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, how did they do the holes? That's how they do the holes. Hi, Wee Wee. Oh, me? I do. Thank God. Thank God, Wee Wee. How are you doing, bud? What trouble you been getting into, Miss Man? Women definitely like me. the stare at the hand for a second too was very funny. Dang! All right, hold on. There's too many noises. Thank you for the alert day and the self-care. All right. Also, hi, Melsa. You get a good stretch in for that self-care. Oh my goodness. All right. Something popped. That's fine.
Heats up all the clay on the surface of the tannoor. After 4 or 5 minutes, the
If I truly been sleeping the day away, been a lot. How's now? I'm pretty good. I woke up early by accident today and just got moving and did a bunch of stuff.
Okay, I thought it was his job. I guess this guy's doing double duty. Ooh. Oh.
Oh.
My God. All right, right, so right here we have some fresh bread.
God, I wish I could live somewhere where I could get this.
Flaky. This
I don't think I want to live in Afghanistan, but I would like to live somewhere where I could get Afghani food.
Those perforated edges makes it easy to tear, and it stops all the bread from bubbling up into one big bread bubble. Nobody wants that. This is literally what it means
But
to
I mean,
break bread. Let me try to feed
I don't know. I
this
kind of
guy.
like my big bread
Here,
bubble.
Do I get slapped, or he takes a nice big bite? Here, do you want some bread? There we go. It's a country where men aren't afraid to be men. They're very comfortable with each other.
Yeah. Just say it's not the weird. It's not the weird individualized masculinity that we've cultivated in like a lot of Western countries, especially North America. I think that's another reason I've always been fascinated with a lot of like Middle Eastern cultures and such. Just dudes being guys, dude. Nah, it's not about love. It's about brotherhood, my guy. Come on, keep it clean. This is good, clean brotherhood in this house, okay? Also, we got an ad break, guys. I could give y'all words on stream, but I don't think I'm going anywhere. So I totally missed it because I swear the ad thing keeps disappearing like 20 seconds before the timer's done. Love is love. This is about love. This is about brotherhood. Right, chat? Brotherhood. Wink. I can't wink in this model. I can wink IRL, but the model doesn't want to. Like, this is the I have to hold the eye closed to get it to do the one eye thing. Oh, there we go. Wink wonk. Brotherhood is love. Brotherhood is not always love. There's perfectly platonic relationships among people of the same genders. It's totally fine. By immediately jumping straight to love, you are exacerbating and or jumping over the possibility of platonic enjoyment of others' company. I absolutely love hanging out with my friends. Does that mean I want to French kiss them at the fucking river walk every Saturday? No. Okay, but that's just me. Shut up. By the power of I cast Eldritch Inferno? What? There's like 9. I think you're right. I think there's something like that. Auntie? Nope, not a word. Not a word. How you doing, Kona? What trouble are you getting into? There's something like that, Queen. I think I know what you're talking about. That's like the list of like... Was it Greek? Was it like the list of like described loves by the Greeks? I can't remember for sure. 9 seems like a lot. I want to say it was like 5. Why not French kiss your friends? Sometimes friends are gross and I don't want to French kiss them. Will I give Fairbanks a hug and hang out with Fairbanks at all times? Yes. But I'm not kissing Fairbanks. Listen, it's boy. Oh, game over. What do you mean game over? Chat. How could you? Level 3 game over? Also, hold on. Wait, what is this? What is funocracy? Okay, no, that's something different. I want to know what like company makes these. I would like to know what like company makes these this game so that I could go check like all their listings. I need to figure out Wee wee. Do you know the one that's basically like Gardic phone? It's basically Gardic phone, but it works off like drawing like a bunch of different things and people guess what the drawings are. I'd kind of rather swap over to that. My first stole us away for a surprise trip to see Bahubali 2 in theaters with no subtitles. A bunch of the guys were whistling at the screen. At first, they thought they were catcalling the hot chicks, but no, they whistled whenever anything super manly happened. Odd experience, but it's one of the best memories I have of India. That's hilarious. Thank you, Atlas. Welcome in. How are you doing? Arse. Oh, wait, that was actually a word. That's amazing. Welcome in, Atlas. How are you doing? Also, I missed the wheel punishment. Queen's wheel of punishment. Let me do that real quick. Spin, spin, spin. Tell us the sin, we will win. Oh, fuck. I got to do a 1.5-minute plank. All right. Minute and a half plank. We'll probably do it with I will start the video and then I will do the minute and a half plank. While we have time, while y'all are finishing this round, I can go ahead and get the timer ready. Timer. Timer. Oh, those are minutes. I need 1 minute. I need 1 minute, not 59 minutes. Okay. Okay. This round is done. Oh my god, y'all did everything except one word. So close to perfection, chat. You were this close to perfection. 59-minute plank. I want to beat the person that can do a 59-minute plank. All right. No more music. Back to Afghani bread.
It's crackery, airy, and just full of fresh bread flavor. As good as this is,
I can't wait to see what they're gonna do.
It with that chai naki, which is almost done now. About 3 hours have passed since this started cooking.
All right.
Now it's time to unveil the final product.
All right, I gotta do the plank, chat. I'm gonna be on the floor if you need me. Y'all better not start doing anything. Isn't the record like 2 hours?
Hold in the steam and the heat. Boom. There it is. Still absolutely boiling and bubbling away. You can see the meat is really cooked. It's kind of shrunk down. That
oh my god. Yeah, because the fat boiled away. You can also see it on top.
Tomato fusion. From here, there's nothing left to do but head to the table and eat.
Get on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur.
And I cannot wait. First of all, it is a tea kettle. I am curious if we're able to pour some broth.
Oh. No, I think it's blocked.
Absolutely not. I think the tea kettle may be clogged. Oh, do you want to take over? All right, he's gonna help me shake it out all the way. Thank you. The food here has undergone quite a transformation.
Oh, it looks so fucking good, dude. Hours that could give you a few seconds, perhaps. That means it's time to get into shape, wee wee. Time to hit that cardio. Time to do those core workouts. All right, I got to do a minute and a half. I will be back in a second. Queens, you're in charge. Good luck, champ.
Oh man, that's perfect. People always talk about including acid if you're eating something heavy. So of course we have this rich meat and this rich fat, and he's cut it with tomato sauce. So it's not overwhelming, it's not overly fatty. And the smell of Doomba is ever present. Doomba is a type of sheep, but it's also a part of that sheep. And they're using the Doomba, that butt fat, inside of this dish. It's like very lamby, sheepy, but in a good way. That's just the sauce though. If you look deeper, we've got big chunks of meat. After hours of braising, that meat should have become soft and tender. This is why I came to Afghanistan. That meat, it's super soft, tender, and fatty. The dal adds a little bit of body to it, and it helps thicken everything up. Right here, we have some bone. I'm gonna peel that meat off the bone. Amazing. I know why this shop has been here for 70 years. They're doing something that makes customers very happy. It's very satisfying. This is the food that you have to risk being kidnapped in order to try. This is worth at least 3 months of captivity. 2 years? I don't know. Let's see what else we can find here.
Just outside the Chainaki shop, I stumble into Mandawi, Kabul's busiest open-air market. Here, I plan to search out ingredients that'll come together as this video's final meal.
Boom, right there, the cow head.
But as I merge into the crowd, things take a turn when a man equipped with a rifle grabs my arm.
They're asking for our permit. Let's talk about filming in Afghanistan. As I said earlier, we have permission to be here. Our permit is really focused around food and culture, but there were 2 things they told us to kind of stay away from. And those 2 things are military and women. The military stuff makes sense. They don't want us filming any military equipment, any officers, any officials.
What'd I miss?
Women.
Who died?
It's
The Queen's too good? Oh my goodness.
I would see 0.
All right, hold on real quick. Let me catch up on chat. It's fucking 9 hours, 38 minutes, 48 seconds. Fuck that shit. I can do like 30 seconds. Joseph Salik from the Czech Republic. Think of something nice to say when she gets back. It's bullying time. What do you mean? No writing. We get positive up in this bitch. Bowen's walls are very arson friendly. Oh my god. Is super sweetheart, so honest and good at leading a community on top of their masterful ring leading and showmanship. Puts out the fire between my thumb and forefinger like a candle. Explosions! Call invokes positivity tide. Hey, so I set something on fire while you were gone. I didn't know if it was cool or not. Can we get a mod on that or something? All right, Carrie, go put out the fire. I found my old stuff. Wait, what old stuff? Owo sitting comfortably around Owo campfire with their Owo friends, all Owoing together to make a lovely Owo group. I fucking love that emote. No, I'll just grow the fire. Oh, Can attack a Tesla truck? Oh, well, it's in art and horror art. Oh, no.
Women. Instead, I've seen.
What do you mean,
some,
and?
But in general, the best move is to not film them, to not focus the camera on them, and just focus on the guys.
I just realized
Are there
Keyshawn
enough
sent me
guys
the
to
peak.
film?
Nice.
There's plenty of guys.
Nice.
With breakfast complete, I've just stepped out of the restaurant. The restaurant is located in Mandawi Market, but exclusively on this road is a special bird market. This is a place where people bring birds of all kinds, all different species, from tiny songbirds to giant freaking turkeys. Right here, oh my God, look at the size of this rooster right here. Very beautiful bird. This man
He's a very
either bought this
handsome
or
bird.
he plans on selling it soon, but we'll never know for sure because there's a little bit of a communication gap.
That was actually a very large fucking chicken.
With their birds, some are carrying them around, hoping that someone
Pheasant?
will see their beautiful specimen and buy it off of them. Wow. Take a look at this beautiful
grouse?
This is meant to be a pet. I've never seen anybody in the USA with a bird this big as a pet. Here you got it.
I had turkeys before.
Mandawi Market has thrived in Kabul's northern edge for over a century.
Really? Selling these with the intention of them being
Today,
no.
winding lanes still pulse with that old world energy.
Right here we have two superstars for Afghanistan's premier athletic endeavor. I'm talking
no.
cockfighting.
Ah, shit. Oh, shit.
Since the Taliban has taken over, this is actually kind of a haram sport. It's not something that's exactly legal, but it's something that continues in the shadows.
Those are good-looking chickens. They're huge. Look at them.
What's going on? But the actual fighting, that happens in very secretive locations. We probably won't see that while we're here.
Almost every face you see in this market is a man's. Turbaned elders, young laborers, and plainclothes Taliban whose rifles hang just out of sight.
Oh.
One such man stops me on my way.
Okay, now we're getting to him being stopped.
Here in Kabul, the uncommon sight of an American standing in front of a camera crew is bound to create suspicion. As this is our first day with boots on the ground, I'm still sizing up how big of a challenge the Taliban will present.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Wow.
4 old pictures they drew in high school. They're Kirk Gore makeup on my arm. Oh.
So far, I've spent the morning feeling out
important breed actual turkeys. Meanwhile, my ass hunting because they're abundant. Oh yeah, turkeys are abundant. When I was in New England, we had wild turkeys basically where my townhouse was.
My parents immigrated from Afghanistan to America in the late 80s. Myself, my brothers, we were all born and raised in California, spent our whole lives there. So it's been 45 plus years since my parents have been back. So we thought we'll take a little family trip, and we're here for the first time, and we leave in a couple days.
Oh, okay. He's not a trip. I was gonna say, did you move back? Did you move back? I want to know why. I want to hear the reasons why you moved back.
We were a little bit, hesitant. We're like, what's gonna happen, since it was our first time coming here too. But once we landed, just, all we saw were hospitable people. Even this vendor right here, we were trying to haggle with him a little bit on the clothing. He's like, you know what, just take it if you want it.
Nothing that we heard about Afghanistan on the news in America was accurate.
See, this is why I wanted to show y'all these.
I wouldn't say Afghanistan is nothing like what you hear about in the news.
You can't say nothing. That's true.
Like what you've heard.
Literally a week ago,
but there are some of the things.
For 2 years before being let go. I mean, what do you make of that?
I honestly don't know what happened. I don't know those politics of it, and that's in the back of everybody's mind.
Crossing paths with fellow Americans who have navigated Kabul without issue does put me more at ease.
They did also dress
tells me they blend in
locally as opposed to him still walking around in jeans and a vest.
The bird market will bring you here to where you will find the absolute biggest birds you'll find anywhere in Afghanistan. These right
He's a good boy.
Turkeys. These are used only for food, and they are absolutely massive and juicy. Look at that. It doesn't look like my ball sack. I wasn't going to say that. That's definitely it's not like that at all.
Despite the turkey's impressive appearance,
listen, I raised 2 turkeys. They are also very stupid. Turkeys are exceptionally stupid, and it's hilarious. Mary in the Forest is on fire. God damn it!
This is for a dish that an Iranian
put it out, ordained, or so help me God, you're getting the fucking stick.
They take the sheep head, they take the sheep hooves, and they braise it for hours until the meat is falling off the bone.
This is a hearty stew.
Okay, but that's from the Iran video.
It began as a resourceful dish created by nomads who wasted nothing from their livestock.
It's actually a dish that I tried when I was in Tehran, but here in Afghanistan, they have a plus-size version of kale poche. Take a look.
They're roasting it. That is a huge hoof.
This is, in fact, the hoof of a cow.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not a sheep.
Massive. My plan is actually to buy.
That's not a sheep hoof. That's a cow.
We're gonna process them here, sir. You've got some nice feet.
Before landing in the stew pot, the hoof's hard outer shell is peeled off. Then the rest of our trotter is broken down by our street side butcher.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't
But the
ready for him to
hooves are only
just...
half the recipe.
All right, folks, I've discovered the missing ingredient to our head and hoof. Boom, right
Obviously
there.
heads.
The cow head. When you make kale poche,
We have our
you
hooves.
can cook
Now
the
we
whole
need-
thing. You can braise it, it'll cook all the way through. But this is like 7 times the size. So this is gonna have to be split into tiny
Good
sections. or else
Lord.
It'll never cook through.
Yep, get out the hatchet.
Once they reach the restaurant, the cow's head and trotters are thoroughly washed and dropped into
The
a pot
kid's
of broth.
processing it.
There, they simmer for 12 hours until all the meat becomes soft.
What's your name?
Mohammed Akbar.
Mohammed.
Yeah.
This man is the kale poche master. He's
Hold
the
on,
master
hold on. There is something magnificent, I am sorry, about braised meat. I don't care what kind of meat it is. You fucking put meat in a delicious liquid for 3+ hours. I don't care if it goes for 24, at least 3 hours. And that shit comes out looking like gelatin. I better get a fucking fork and spoon within seconds, or I'm going in with my hands. I agree totally. Hi, certified semen demon. Amazing. Amazing name. Oh my goodness.
Anything in between, go somewhere else. Let's talk about the magic of this dish. This is a magical broth that only is
Oh
created
my God.
after boiling a ton of sheep and a bunch of cow. And all the fat
Yeah.
from those animals has leaked into this super rich broth. So that's going to be
Yeah,
the
he said,
base
what,
for this
12
dish.
hours?
Right here we have some
12
skin.
hours of
Actually, this is
simmering?
some of the side of the cow head
See the
that
shit you see in
right
our
here.
propaganda
That
with
is
most
some
aspects
soft
are not
buffalo skin. I
widespread,
gotta
much
do
like rural
this cow's
India where it
skin
smelled of
routine.
sewage
Right
in
here,
towns
if you
because
couldn't
good
guess,
luck
we
running
have
into
parts of the
industrial sewage in the
ankle and
Himalayas on a
ankle
limited
here. So
budget.
you can see the bone, the skin, the tendon. As
Hair
time
trip from
goes
Punjab
by,
all the way
more
back.
you
Yeah,
braise it,
like
the
it's usually
softer it gets and the more
the like
delicious it
worst
becomes. Another
aspects
ingredient
of
right
things
here,
that you
that's the
hear
brain.
about.
And then this is
Here.
Beef.
So when it comes to internal propaganda for essentially most countries in and of themselves, at least at the governmental level, as well as like news media level, will typically not want to give you the good aspects of another country because they don't want you to consider leaving. A citizen raised and grown in a country and then moves to another one is upwards of millions of dollars of lost investment. It's the weirdest way to say that. But that's what it is. Imagine how much money the United States government spends to raise a single student all the way through primary school, possibly through college, possibly, or even we'll just stick with the bare minimum, just through high school, or even through middle school, and then they like drop out in high school and then go into like the trades or anything. $30? No, Carrie, it's still millions. It's still millions. I believe there's math out there somewhere. If you did the math on everything it cost to essentially take a child from like conception all the way to 18, the parents would more than likely spend, I think it's something like 1.2 million or something is like the estimated of like a good upbringing. But it's like counting the government spending on that one person is something like 12 million. There are numbers. It's big. It's big. So think about it this way. Your government is almost always incentivized to convince you that where you are now is the best place for you. They will always try to make other places look bad before they try to make it look good. That's why like YouTube channels like this or like channels like the Travel Channel, where these were well-produced shows, are more I wouldn't say they're necessarily private because it's a huge TV network in terms of the Travel Channel, more private than a government entity or a news conglomerate, which is why like you'll always hear about India has smelly streets, people shit on the ground there and it like runs down the road, or all of the water sources are just covered in trash and like all this other stuff, or Afghanis are all terrorists or anything. You'll get shit like that from the US government. And there's probably shit talk, like who knows, the fucking America hating on France memes are abundant. Imagine all the roads, power lines, internet, satellites, transportation, schooling, water, sanitation that goes to a person's life. Massive cost. Correct. But yeah, that's just the gist of it. Your government is not incentivized to tell you how nice other places are. If you see places that are telling you how great, like, what's the best way? tourism. Tourism is probably the best way that you'll ever see it. If you ever see ads, it's like, come to Japan, come to Spain, come to Italy, visit anywhere. Usually like the tourist boards will be like, visit this, go to this, whatever. That's where you'll hear the positives at most, unless you search them out in cases like this.
Told this is actually the interior of the cheek. That looks soft, tender, and delicious too. In a moment, he's gonna actually
basically flat toilets that are level with the ground. Ain't nobody got shitting on the streets.
Soaks the bread in a rich
Oh, I know, but that's the thing is they will make stuff up just because like they'd be like the street smells terrible. Well, it's because they don't have fully modern sewage. Kind of got to work with what you got.
Into a ladle, he stirs in minced garlic and green chilies, then pours the aromatic mixture over the mound of meat and fat. Finally, he tops it with beef tallow.
Oh, I could kiss you, sir.
Of the day, and it is an absolutely heavy one.
Oh my God.
I think we need to.
I wonder why they put fabric on the ceiling. Does anybody know? I've noticed the ceilings here are all fabric of some kind.
This is the beef cheek. Ooh, look how much that's braised and broken down. I'm just gonna eat it straight up. Cheers.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Interesting.
We have very loud and very correct. Correct.
See how they prepared the head?
I am very loud and I have very correct opinions. And you will remember that. No, I'm kidding. Listen, if people want to argue with me, that is totally fine. I am always open because I'm not afraid to be wrong. I will tell you if I don't know a thing. I can usually make some like good guesstimates on a lot of things where like, I'm not sure, but it sounds like it would probably be this. And if I'm wrong, you can always tell me I'm wrong. I am always open to being told I'm wrong. It's usually said to be filled to the brim with venomous snakes, spiders, and act like it happens to everybody. But when I ask my Aussie friends, they say you only see those animals if you're living in the bush. Yes. Yes. There's also not to mention that the huntsman spider, like the largest spider in Australia, is harmless. It's harmless. It's not venomous. It's fucking harmless. It's just a big dude hanging out. Has a map to tell you where people have shit on the street so you can avoid it? Yes, correct. Because the homeless population doesn't have anywhere to go. Because urban centers in the US have disincentivized people or being allowed to have homeless people come into their businesses. So there's no public bathrooms. Public bathrooms don't exist in the US, especially in major urban centers, where you either have to spend money to get access to the bathroom or they just strictly forbid anybody using the bathroom at all. Everything is harmless when it's flatter than an atom. Somewhere deep in the forest is a quiet yell of yes is heard. Let me see. Wait, what was that? Plankton. Somewhere in the eyes. Correct. Is it Ordain's axe in the frame? No. No, that's not Ordain's axe. That's an Afghani axe. It also has this little pick thing on the bottom that's kind of interesting.
And they just took an axe to it. I mean,
hi, Haitian sensation.
If you're not getting bones,
that's another thing we're gonna do. You just reminded me. We're gonna look at Haiti food at some point, chat. We'll look at Haitian food at some point.
Like that food that we had earlier, like the chai naki. This is part of the hoof section. There's just so much going on.
That's just
here.
raw. What are you doing with that, man?
What is that? Some kind of layer of skin? Right here, you can see all those.
Oh no, it's just fat.
Big, heavy, collagen-filled sections of the hoof.
Oh my god.
That looks.
Oh my god.
Like some beef tendon.
Ooh.
It's good. It's nice with the seasonings he's put on there, the cumin and some of that chili powder.
Just say I love the strong seasonings.
Not meant to be a balanced.
Yes, yeah. We're gonna. The thing we're doing is we're basically watching like.
To go to war, which hopefully is.
We're not gonna do it today. It'll be at a later date. But Haiti is on my list. More seasonings. If you ain't sneezing, it ain't seasoned. If you ain't sneezing, you ain't seasoned. Anyway, only two negative things I found that were true and common in India are disrespect of women. My host family wanted his daughter to study America just so that they'd be safer to be kept, asking us where are the safest colleges, and negative racial attitudes towards those of African descent. Hashtag not all, but it was common enough that I wouldn't recommend anyone of African descent travel in India alone. Yeah, that's, I know a lot of like from India down through the Middle East, basically until you hit Egypt. Some places aren't, what's the word? Comfortable with black people. But yeah, it's there are negatives. There are still negatives. All the negatives are based in something. Are they exaggerated? Probably. Religious. Oh, yeah. In India, Yeah, I do know India still has some problems with religious discrimination. Because I think technically, at some people's heart, the caste system still exists to them. So take with that as you will.
Afghanistan. To break up some of that heaviness, I want to dig deeper into the bread section.
Hell yeah, dude.
I've never had bread that just tastes so rich. It's really just taken on all the best flavors of this dish. This is the
Did you know that the capsaicin is a natural analgesic? It has benefits in hormone regulation, anti-inflammatory, and metabolic regulation. Fuck yeah, dude. I love capsaicin. I love spicy food.
Balance out. Now, I do want to point out one thing. In a second, the camera guy is going to turn the camera 180, and you're going to see a bunch of old guys watching me eat right over there. Hello. Overall, people here are very curious as to what the heck I'm doing here. When I tell them I'm from the USA, I get anything from like, cool, love the USA too. Did you hear that? Anyways, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm from America.
Too big of a bite. The brain becomes kind of like a brain paste sticking to the interior of my mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't take big bites of brain. Hitting a red capsaicin as Capri Sun, not the Capri Sun.
That's where the magic happens. So this is my final meal of the day.
And they ate another one. Grilled and fried plantains.
Going out into the city here in Kabul. People in general seem much more open to being filmed than I expected them to be. They want to watch, they want to participate, they want us to film them. At the same time, we did have some different police and officials checking us here and there, but it was nothing that lasted more than a few seconds, and it was never done in
I like that the guy like came. What? Okay, hold on. So let's go back a second.
Than I expected them to be. They want to watch, they want to participate, they want us to film them.
So
at the same time, we did have.
You can see that this is somebody else stopping him.
Some different police
again, and then this is another soldier coming up and telling him he's fine. It's already been handled.
But it was nothing that lasted more than a few seconds, and it was never done in any kind of rude way. It was just procedure. Today went much better than I expected. At the same time, I want to say that that's just today. That doesn't guarantee anything.
That's true. That's also true.
Is one stupid person, one a-hole to absolutely ruin your life, and so.
That is check. Oh, I wonder what that says on the hill. I just realized that. Y'all see that? Is that Arabic or is that Farsi? Oh, I can't. I don't remember the differences. I think it's Arabic. I could be wrong. There may be somebody here that knows better than me. But yeah, there's always that one person that could kind of screw you up. Somebody with enough power that's just feeling a bit. What's the word? Vindictive. Yeah, I'm gonna go with vindictive. I'm gonna go with vindictive. But I think there's also been a little bit of like mellowing out with the Taliban from what I've seen from like various news sources. Of course, there was the American that was released and everything, but he was taken captive more than 2 years ago. And from in this video, we know nothing about why he was arrested or what he did. I'd like to think if you're being respectful and you're following the rules of whatever country you're visiting, you're probably going to be fine. Like maybe if he didn't have his permits for cameras, he would be in more trouble. But they were smart and they got all of the permits and all of the shit they needed. So very well within their rights, and they even the military seems to be respecting it.
Everywhere around the country. We're mainly going to be staying here in Kabul.
Proper goons drink pepper spray. No.
Special food, but that marks the end of today. We arrived in Afghanistan.
Oh my goodness, I'm starting to get a headache.
And we met a lot of interesting, cool people. Beyond that, the food has already surpassed my expectations. So
it looks so good.
Tomorrow, when we get deeper into the street food.
It looks like Wingdings, but I'm entirely uncultured. Well, Wingdings looks more. All right. So this is their newest video. Wingdings also is like a bunch more symbols. Here. Emoticon. Oh, what are you holding, sir? All right. Look at the kids. Look at all the kids next to them just watching. So cute. Especially sad because as far as organized religions go, I've had very little issues with Sikh practice. Sikh are not the ones you need to worry about. Sikhs, awesome. Possibly one of the most get along with anybody religious minority. Like... I was being facetious, or however the fuck it's spelled. Oh, okay, gotcha. The religious tension in India lead to some odd customs. I had to greet people with their religious greetings. Otherwise, they pretend I did not exist. But the moment I lead with Shalom Alaikum or Sikh Siriyakam, friendliest people ever, it just felt incredibly wrong because as an American starting out a convo by pointing out their religion, it's the thing is, with some of the people that are hyper religious, I've mentioned this before, I have a certain respect for the people that actually have a cultural and lifestyle change based on their religion, mainly because I grew up Catholic, and Catholics are fucking cowards when it comes to religious devotion. I will say that every day of the fucking week. Catholics are religious practitioner cowards. They make it as easy as possible for themselves to live as they are with as little, what's the word, infraction as possible. But to those people, to like, especially probably in India, when it comes to those religions, they're defined harder as their character, who they are. Same thing with like a lot of Muslims, especially like hard practitioners. There are more liberal and more social Muslims that are not the biggest deal. They're more devout among people like them than with people who aren't. But when you go to these countries where you're more likely to find the core of the religious group, they're much more likely to have it as part of their person or part of their character. It's also using those religious introductions is a immediate show of like genuine connection, as opposed to in English just going, excuse me, pardon me, I have a question. But if you extend with whatever their religious greeting is, that is a forefront immediately showing them that you are here to engage, as opposed to just them maybe not understanding upfront that you need something. Because if you're yelling in English at them, it may mean absolutely nothing. May mean absolutely fucking nothing to their mind, regardless of what words you use. But starting with that introduction, it would be like, oh, they're trying to get my attention. It may not be your fault for that case. Although, what was Ford saying? Preach, most dedicated Catholic I ever met was my brother, who grew up as a Catholic in fucking China, so he actually took his religion seriously due to actual oppression. Is with Haitian Catholics. Yeah, growing up as an American Catholic, I'm not religious anymore, but I grew up as an American Catholic. I went all the way through confirmation, and it was very weird to see their level of superiority when all of the original practices that older Christians had, and older denominations still go through much harder practices. Same thing with like Lent is probably the best example. The number of people I knew as a Catholic that when Lent would come around, they'd be like, for Lent, I'm giving up peanut butter, red wine, something hyper specific that they will not miss. It's just gone. And then like during Lent, typically the original practice was no meat throughout that season. And then eventually the Catholic Church like ruled that like fish doesn't count as meat, so you can eat fish. And then also you only have to not eat meat on Fridays. Okay. Hi, Wendigo. How you doing? Interface with more Haitian people. I've only met a few. Patron saint of goons. No, not the patron saint of goons. And we transition to far-right independent Baptists. So we have people Baptists are kind of the same in a lot of senses. Unless it's one of the older denominations, they also do they have very lax religious practices. Just got done playing Deltarune. Hell yeah. Welcome in. We're in Afghanistan.
It costs only 28 cents, and I found it here in Afghanistan's biggest outdoor market.
Fucking bread, dude. I fucking love bread. I love bread so much.
Street foods most of the world will never taste.
This isn't typical Western rotisserie chicken.
Oh, this chicken still has its neck.
Done vertically.
In a country wrapped in mystery
okay.
and headlines.
Cheers.
No, this is around. Armed with
I would have the biggest problem.
Pleasure meeting you.
I aim to navigate some of the most challenging corners of this city.
There's just a giant Ford with the giant turret on the back.
That Ford was that Toyota? I think that's Toyota.
And by the end of it
Wild Things, leave her during your season pass. Oh shit, 7 months, 2 months till we have our child.
National dish with an unexpected
oh, it looks very similar to Pirani.
I don't.
Mandawi Market, Kabul. A place where a wrong
okay.
turn down maze-like back alleys could lead you to an unwanted checkpoint with you-know-who.
To be fair, the guy with the gun was in the wrong in that. He keeps showing that same scene, but I am siding. I am siding with the old man.
Afghanistan's most wanted street fight.
Oh.
To make it, first a vendor plunges bare hands into a metal basin, water, wheat flour, and salt.
Okay.
He needs fast in anticipation of the crowd soon to form.
Ah.
Balls hit the counter, flattened into
I've had a
discs the
subscription,
size of a
baby.
steering
Well,
wheel.
9 months, you get subscription, baby.
Next comes the
Don't you know?
cargo, mashed potato, blitzed with cumin, turmeric, masala, and a shake
Oh,
of
so
red
it is
chili
stuffed with
flakes.
something. I was thinking it was just
He
bread.
slides each parcel into a cauldron of screaming oil. No thermometers, no alarms or timers. For
We don't
30
need that
seconds
shit
too
where we're
long,
going. You
the
can
full
tell
batch
when it's done.
burns.
I was gonna say, when that shit is perfectly golden brown, it's done.
Afghanistan. Guys, hold on. There's a whole small village of Afghan men who have just arrived to my set. The extras are late. They're supposed to be in the background pretending to work. Now, if I'm honest, the chance of me hitting $100, it's 50-50. The food here, kind of on the cheap side. This is the more expensive version of this dish, and it's still really cheap. For
Oh,
all
what
you
makes it
see,
more
this
expensive?
Big, doughy masterpiece, 30 Afghanis. But other vendors on the street, they're selling it for 10. So that's almost 10 cents. Ridiculous. Let's get
Okay.
into this. If you flip it on this side, you can actually see the seam, like looking at the center of your jeans. I'm just gonna eat it straight up. My first bite. Cheers.
Oh no, they're blocking the road, guys. Get out of the
At first he
road.
fries it, it gets a little crispy, and he stacks them on top of each other that they start to kind of steam each other, so it gets soft in the end. Aside from the fried bread,
Oh,
you taste
it
the
looks
potato
so
inside.
good.
I think the potato is meant to give it some body, but if you really want
I was gonna
some
say, it's a good
more
way
flavor, you
to
have use
get
this
filled in the
chutney
morning.
over
Tomato sauce?
here. Ooh, that's explosive. I'm told it has
Oh?
coriander, garlic, green chilies, and tomato. It is really
Wait, green
good and
chilies?
spicy. I
Is it-
kinda like
is it
though.
pickled?
So I'm gonna give my bread a little bit of a dip. Dipping
Ah.
in chutney is a completely different experience. It really scorches
Grip
your
carrying
throat.
rifles,
Meanwhile,
the
it
day
keeps
he'll
the
pull that
flavor
AK
strong.
further up the
If this
sleeve.
is too spicy and you need some sweet relief,
Every time
they've
someone's
got this
carrying
right
something in
here.
a
This is
dangerous
like
manner,
the bomb
flagging,
right here, and this is the
flagging
bomb
people, it
squad.
drives me nuts.
Tony
I
Bomb
agree.
references, I
I was like, that's why the gun like bumps into the old man.
Meet Duke Aker, Afghanistan's
spelled like
unofficial
dough.
air conditioner in a cup.
Ooh.
First, the sting of
Cucumbers?
iced cucumber hits the bottom of a tall glass. Next, comes
Hell
a scoop
yeah.
of thick, creamy yogurt, followed by liquid yogurt mixed with dried minced mint.
Oh, that's how, hold on. Okay, so cucumber, a little thicker yogurt as like a protein source, and then a very minty, liquidy yogurt. That sounds awesome. That sounds like as refreshing as it
Tzatziki
gets.
sauce from Turkey, a kind of yogurt sauce that has cucumber and garlic inside. It's kind of like that. Cold, cool, refreshing. That is the perfect pair to go with this super.
I was gonna say, that sounds really refreshing.
This isn't the only
It's a good way to get filled in the morning.
we'll be dealing with today. Ahead of us,
Shut up.
7 more
Shut up.
street-side dishes, including Afghanistan's national dish.
Oh?
A truly gigantic, ticking protein bomb waiting for us at the end of
Oh.
this video.
Before I finish my first breakfast of the day, I want to give you a little bit of an update of how things are going here.
My
in
first
Afghanistan.
breakfast of
Now,
the day?
yesterday was
What?
the first day out in the city. I didn't know what
First
to expect,
breakfast?
but actually, in the end, everything went better than I thought it would have. People were very curious. The general
I heard mint and
population seemed
cucumber?
pretty okay
Yes.
with us filming them. Nobody really were trying to shut what we're doing down. There's a lot of people here for me to talk about the Taliban, but what I'm told is a big difference from before and after the Taliban took over here is that now there's a lot more regulation and there is more checkpoints. Can I talk about this? It's like
Sounds good and safe. It's safer than it used to be.
it's much safer now.
Yeah.
A gentleman in the crowd. You're from Kabul?
From Kabul.
Since
Okay.
arriving, I've heard from several locals that the country has become much safer since the Taliban took over.
Yeah, I was gonna say when
Maybe
the hold
that's
on.
because the group
I was gonna say when the fighting stops, when the battles are over, and the people around are more just security. I can understand the scale of safety being very different. Like
that was once terrorizing the
compared to
state
having
is now
battles
the
and
state.
wars,
That
having
makes
no
me
battles
wonder,
and no
what's the
wars,
safety being traded
probably
for?
feels a lot safer
We have worked our way
to a degree.
deeper into
Again, I was gonna say,
Mandawi
looking at the lady in the
market.
burqa,
This
just
is
being
wild. Here there are a bunch of gentlemen who have pre-made a soup. They brought it and then they scoop it up for patrons who sit
Ooh.
down around them like we are right now.
While we're tasting what this city has to
Oh.
offer, I want to show you an offer that's less spicy but more soothing.
Babar
What I
Kufi
like
ice
about
cream.
this eating style is it's just super quick and on the go. This is our guy right here, Gorban, and that is his delicious soup. This is a dish known as
Ashwadog.
ashwadog. It's creamy and there are noodles inside.
These are
Okay,
wheat noodles.
okay.
They're
I don't remember what it was. The dish from Iran that was very similar. Again, another soup with a noodle in it. Every country at this point has its noodly street soup. I think that's awesome because every time I see it, for some reason, every time I see a soup from another country with noodles thrown into it, I just think menudo. I think of menudo every time.
Served in a warm, hearty soup simmered with tender chickpeas, a pinch of salt, and a sprinkle of freshly chopped coriander.
From here, he puts on
Is it yogurt based?
This is a spicy, sour red sauce, similar to Indian achar, and then we have some dry mint as well. The price is about 27 cents. Very affordable. The broth is very thick, white, and creamy. And that is a special broth made from something called kashk. It's
Noodles
like
are cheap to get.
Yeah,
Noodles are noodles.
And then they rehydrate it.
So this is the thing when it comes to a lot of foods. A lot of foods in nearly every country. If you're creating like a culture of food, or if you think of it at its earliest point, it always starts with flour. It will always start with a grain of some kind, flour, barley, rice. That is where it will always start. Make culture, rich people make trends. Correct.
Water, and it becomes a creamy sauce like this. Beyond that, he's got giant spoons.
That's why everyone has it. True. No, I'm not simplifying it that way. I just like every time I see a noodle soup though, I always think it's like, this is the menudo of this country.
Cracked macaroni and cheese.
It looks really good though.
Wow, that bite was mixing with some of that spicy, sour red sauce. It's got some kick. The mint gives it a little bit of an earthy flavor.
It looks really good.
How good it is. In a way, it's kind of like baby food. I mean, the noodles are super soft. You could just press your tongue against the roof of your mouth rather than chewing them. They're that soft. Good? Good. Should we do a little? Nice. People in this country, solid hats, all kinds of hats. And the hats kind of denote what region the people are from. As far as I understand, if you see a man...
Poor people, okay, just catching up. Season all things with cayenne pepper, black pepper, crushed red pepper flakes. Use the habanero hot sauce on all the things. Ooh.
Next stop,
what's
a
this?
street-side stall where you can trade a fistful of coins for a feast. This is manto, a food that's usually paired with celebration.
This is a fascinating food because you can find it in so many places.
Is this like similar to like ravioli?
In Kazakhstan, they call it manti. Here, they call it manto. All of them are different forms of dumplings.
In Seoul, they pack it with pork.
yeah.
Kazakhstan, lamb, or even horse. But here, our street-side chef rewrites the script, loading each wrapper with sautéed sweet onions. But what these dumplings lack in protein, they make up for with a twisted, chaotic storm of toppings. A heaping spoon of stewed red kidney beans, a glossy drizzle of tangy kashk yogurt sauce, a fiery splash of red pepper chutney.
Chat, I want you to think of, at least I want the American viewers and any of you, actually, I want every one of you, tell me a dish that first comes to mind when you think of your country. If you think of the quintessential American dish in Americans' case, in like most other people's case, what do you come up with? I just want y'all to say it. And I will explain where I'm going with this shortly. Pastel de Bacajo. Ooh, I don't actually know that one. I don't know that one off the top of my head. Hold on. We need a picture. Pastel de... Ooh. Okay. Portuguese? Sweet flavors on the plate. Poutine. I can see that. Hamburgers. Snort. Snort? Snort? What is snort? That doesn't feel like a real thing. Snort? Food? Ah, okay. Stew. Perfect. So when it comes to like a lot of foods, the point that I was basically going to be getting at with this, the thing with a lot of these foods that you brought up, hamburgers, Neko. Hamburgers in America could be a good example. The quintessential hamburger in America is, of course, the patty, mustard ketchup, and in this case, ketchup from tomato, and then lettuce, tomato, maybe onions, and then possibly cheese. That is like also peanut brittle. Jambalaya, also another good example. The case that I was going to make Karelian pie. Now I'm curious about that too. Karelian pie. Ooh. Ooh. Looks like it's egg based. It's like an egg pastry of some kind. Maybe. Finland, rice porridge. Okay, it's rice. Rice. Okay. The point that I was going to try to make, though, is with a lot of the dishes that we've seen here, especially between Iran and Afghanistan in this case, their dishes cover most of the food groups. Each meal gives you all of the necessary, nutrients that you need from each meal. There's proteins, there's carbs, there's starches. There's typically starches, especially whenever there's potatoes in most of these. And then you get various vitamins from whatever vegetables, fruits and vegetables that they've made into many of these dishes. And I was going to say, you brought up hamburgers, Neko. How many people do you think eat a fully serviced hamburger? I can guarantee you, in terms of numbers, more people eat a hamburger that is literally just meat and cheese than anything else. So all you get is bread, meat, and cheese. And of course, hamburgers have basically rendered off most of the good fats and stuff that come from eating that meat. I think gumbo, but it's more state than country. Even then, jambalaya and gumbo are very similar too. They have the majority of the fruit groups. There's the Cajun Trinity, which is garlic, I believe it's celery and onions. Garlic, onion, celery. Am I off on that? I may be off on that. I'm pretty sure it's those three. I know for a damn fact, an American originating Three Sisters soup, Mama learned it from her dad. She was adopted was Ojibwe. Yeah, Three Sisters soup is another good example. Starches from the squash, the proteins from the beans, and I'm trying to remember what the other one was. What was the third one again? It's squash beans. We had this conversation a couple days ago. Hi, Arden. How are you doing? Squash beans. Potatoes? I don't think it's potatoes. Potato dumplings with Brenda's cheese is a meal for my nation. That makes sense. I get the, well, most of that is like cheese, depending on the type of cheese. I don't know how high in protein that particular type of cheese is. Cheese can have a good amount of protein, but it's a practice that I've seen here among a lot of these Middle Eastern countries. I was gonna say South Asia, but don't make it the wrong idea if I say South Asia. Corn! I like corn. Corn's always good. Oh yeah, that's right. It's corn. Corn's the third one. Corn's another good filling starch.
Usually he would serve about 6 dumplings. This is a double portion, about 50 cents.
Oh.
Not bad. I'm gonna give it a try now. I feel a little shy. Saeed's right next to me. He's gonna be watching me.
It could only be good, my dude. It could only be good. You have a awesome dumpling full of sweet onions.
The fillings are almost imperceptible. It is very salty. The wheat wrapper is nice. It's got a little bit of bite to it. Everything else, it's very
He said corn and Cantonese. Sukmai? Oh, yeah, I think somebody told me that before. Sukmai. Corn. You can ban it. Why are you hitting me?
There's potentially some onion in there. There are some tricks of the trade when you're trying to make a food very affordable.
Also, hold on a second. I'm getting hot in here, so I'm gonna take this hoodie off that I've been wearing.
Or dumba. He's trying to make up for it with all the masalas and chutneys. Thank you. How about the hand? Yes. No. Oh, like this? I was doing it wrong the whole time. All right, folks, it is 12:44.
I'm a little surprised how often he introduces himself as being American, even though he seems to live in Vietnam now. Oh, what are we doing? French fries.
Potentially, I'm in the way. No? When he prepares
do I need to move? Do I need to move? I'll get out of the way.
In the center, and he combines it with a couple of special ingredients. Let's see if he'll do it now for us.
Listen, so many countries have what is basically hot plate cooking.
Boom!
Belgian fries, yeah.
Just like that. He minces the chili into tiny little
Hold
pieces.
on.
That is pure.
Anybody remember when America was trying to name them freedom fries? Who remembers the attempt at fucking freedom fries?
Ingredients for everything you see here. It goes on the plate. He hits it with a little bit of cabbage. He hits it with a little
cabbage.
Bit of
Okay.
masala, and then he hands it to his customer, which is me. Sir?
Did you just steal it from somebody else?
Sir? Tashakur. Thank you. Right here we have our most substantial
Say, did
food
he
of the day.
just did he just steal that from somebody else who was trying to hand it to him?
This looks very similar to the bread we saw baked in the bakery in the last
True.
video. It has the perforated stripes here for easy tearing, and it has the same texture. It just has a different kind of oblong shape to it. Let's talk about the price. This should be our most expensive dish of the day because it's full of meat. This
They
right
do
here
have a
is coming
share
in
of opinion on our government.
98 cents.
Yeah,
it's
that's
pretty
true.
remarkable. We've got bread. We've
That's
got a
definitely
salad,
true.
And we've got a lot of animal liver, all for under
If anybody doesn't know what freedom fries are, I am gonna just talk over this while we keep going because we got to make it through.
There we go. Looking nice and greasy.
When it comes to freedom fries, if y'all don't remember, that was just post 9/11, where they wanted to again try and like solidify the American identity. Same thing with like the Cold War, 50s and forward. They wanted to quote solidify the American identity and didn't want things from other countries in America. I think the freedom fries case could potentially be a case study of like how much the government wants to convince people how good America is.
Is there? That would be nice.
Oh.
No, just yogurt drink. So far we've had 4
Yeah, it's not the
food
mint
drops. I
one.
don't think we've even cracked $2, but I am not stopping now. We must keep moving food by food until we hit $100 in Afghanistan. Boom, we're on to our next
Garbanzo
street food. Right
beans?
here, a curious combination
Chickpeas?
of 3 ingredients. Green
Same
onion,
thing.
boiled potato, and right here some boiling chickpeas. That is going to be the main body for this dish. Let's get into it. It all starts with a bowl. He puts in some boiled shredded potato. He moves over to here. He grabs some chickpeas. Next, green onions going on top. Now it's time for the flavor. Let's put it up here. I'll hold it for you. He puts on a little bit of red chutney, dry masala, and finally some salt. Wait, there's more? The final step, something I've not seen used
Oil,
yet today,
or is it-
white vinegar. All of that
Oh, white
combined
vinegar.
makes
Okay, I
one
was
of
gonna
the
say,
most
is
unique
it-
salads you'll find, at least
Is it
here
beef
on this
tallow?
street.
Did we find more beef tallow?
So many people here now. What's happening?
A fucking freedom fries?
Boom.
Oh yeah.
Food
Oh
number
yeah,
1000.
Ford.
I'm not sure where we are. I lost track. Luckily, I have these people
Are
helping
we
me.
delayed? Do we have a big delay?
How you done? This right here is a curious combination.
Wait, do that
of
again.
people helping me.
Look at this dude.
Hi, how you doing? This
Hold on, what is he holding? What does he have? An energy drink of some kind. I don't recognize the brand. Look at this bucket. Look at his face. Not kowtowing, that is? Yeah.
This right here is a curious combination of ingredients.
About the French not kowtowing to whatever dumb stuff the US wanted to do? Oh yeah. I think it had something to do with a UN meeting of some kind.
What I've noticed here, as far as seasonings go, anything
Or maybe
white,
it was-
they call a chutney, anything dry, they call a masala. From there,
I'm gonna have to double check. I'm gonna look that up later and I'll get back to y'all on that. I almost want to say it was during like the Iranian war,
apple cider vinegar. Let's give it a shot.
or the Iraqi war, when we went in with false
not what I expected
pretext
at all. That's
and
pretty
we're
good.
upset
It's
that the
simple,
UN
but it's
wouldn't
like
back us
comfort
up.
food. Considering you
I
put in
want to say
chutney
that's what it
and vinegar,
was.
I thought it was going to be really sour, like some of the dishes I've had here. But it's not sour at all. This liquid here, it's become like a broth. That's, I think, from those boiling chickpeas. Super satisfying.
Yeah, the
food we
chickpeas
had
also
yesterday,
release,
the
I believe it's
calabash, like
fiber.
pure fat, that's energy packed in a different way.
So
This is
typically
energy
whenever
packed
you
with beans, carbs, but it's not doused
when you
in
like
animal
boil
fat.
chickpeas and
Overall,
stuff,
a
it
big
can
surprise.
thicken
We
whatever
gotta
it's
give it up
in.
for Afghanistan.
I've made
As
some
an
chickpea
American
curry
walking
before,
among Afghans in Mandawi
and it
markets,
does kind of
I
naturally
really don't
thicken up
blend
whatever you put it
A lot
in.
of folks here speak English, and when they ask me where I'm from, their
I froze up a
reactions
lot this
range
stream.
from
Okay, here, let me see if I can
enthusiastic
fix that
to
really quick.
shocked. But Afghans are well aware of how their country is perceived by the rest of the world.
Let's
and many
do
are hungry
some.
to share
It may be my
different,
internet
more hopeless
shitting the
stories.
You're from
bed,
Afghanistan?
which is weird because I've lost 0.4% of frames.
But most of
Okay, I'm sorry about the delay, guys. I'm actually gonna probably restart my router today.
I'm American.
I've noticed it lagging a lot the last like couple weeks, and I've restarted it a couple times, but we'll see what's going on.
Explore our country or get our message to their country or to their
Oh.
relative countries. So it's great.
And what is your message?
Our message is to come here and explore our country. It's a very good country and the people are good. They are kind and they are very generous people.
Pleasure meeting you.
Same here, same here.
Take care.
The thing is, they would have to rework their rules for women to like really get that tourism going.
Street food right here, and this is a wild one. This
I'm
time,
curious how they treat,
stomach. That's right.
or if there are ever any women tourists. Ooh, stomach?
And then he adds in a little tomato.
What do you mean
I'm gonna roll
slash?
right now, see
Slash.
what happens. First, he brings out some of the
Twitch.tv/Marin-Go
He
Round?
puts it on the plate. He gives it a bit of a smash. Boom.
0.4% of Marin lost, but treats the dot as slash. Huh.
Stomach. It's not pretty, but it's not meant to be. Come take a look.
What do you mean? I think that looks great.
The cow stomach is a very fatty organ.
Here.
So if you hit it against some hot steel,
Oh, shit.
it could get kind of crunchy.
I was clicked into OBS. Hold on, go back. Go back there, boss man. Look at that, looks great. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not a very pretty dish. What do you mean? That looks awesome. It looks almost like velveted chicken. I hope y'all know what velveted chicken is. Entirely response to France opposing the invasion of Iraq. Yep. Yep. That is correct. Because France knew there wasn't a reason. God, do we have to do, I wonder if he has a series on Iraq. I kind of hope if he has a few videos on Iraq. Say it right, stupid. Okay, Iraq. Because it's Iraq and Iran. I have food. Hi, Raytheon Fanatic. Oh no, Raytheon Fanatic. But, where was I going with this? If he has an Iraq, I wonder if he talks about that at the pretext. I feel like that needs to be taught more. That the U.S. essentially just fabricated a reason to go invade Iraq.
So
Hey,
I'm
chilies.
break some bread and we scoop up some of that meat. That is some intense looking meat. Let's give it a shot.
It looks so good. fatty,
It's like
chewy.
Afghan chitlins. I don't hate it. This is not a food for the uninitiated. If your favorite food is Chipotle, this is not going to be for you. It's got
What do you
some
mean?
to it. It would knock most Americans on their feet. There's some smoky flavors in there. There's some fattiness. It's very
Oh, I think it looks so
they
good.
Got these little masala ashtrays on all the tables. It looks like craters inside because every guy who's been in here before you has been putting their fingers directly into the masala.
Oh, getting the
and putting it
pinches.
onto
Okay.
their food. But,
I
alright,
see.
This is the Afghan one.
I
want to
see.
give some of this. I believe this is cumin and a little bit of salt too. Jump on board the masala
The
train,
salt
my
texture
friend.
they have
Give it
is
more
a little
punch. I like
interesting.
it.
It looks almost like
Perfectly with
flour.
beer. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to find one nearby. Can I? That should be the
No,
ultimate
you won't.
conquest of this series.
Sir, sir, you will not find any alcohol here. I apologize. I can guarantee you will not find any alcohol in legal institutions.
These little meat morsels didn't make a dent in my
I
wallet.
guarantee you that there's like people that are like loopholing it
What
somewhere.
some might call the culinary pride of Afghanistan.
Sorry, Raytheon, no
You
links.
might go and just get some rice, but here on top of
Food
that
video?
rice,
No, we
they're
don't do
gonna give you a
recommended.
meat like what you see here.
We don't do
Before that,
recommended
cut
on
into
these
a place
days.
Where chicken is roasted upright, like soldiers in formation.
Yeah, before you send link, it's also recommended to tell us what it's going to be.
And then line up to eat. So where are
Oh.
the women?
Here's the situation. You know,
At
we
home?
read a lot of stuff about the
Probably.
gender situation in Afghanistan before you come here, and then it's a little bit different once you get here.
When the U.S. withdrew and the Taliban took over in
Listen, if they
2021,
loosened the
they implemented
tourism-
something called Sharia law, a strict
Yeah.
Islamic legal system that even
Well, theirs is
outlaws
like the
music.
strictest on the planet currently.
I heard women can only travel with a male relative, but at least in Kabul, I've seen women moving alone and with other women.
On the streets so far, I've noticed maybe 20% of the people are women. Not all of them have to be covered up. I mean, there's women walking around just with the hijab on, and there's plenty walking around with what they call the
it's a
Afghan
little
burqa.
lax.
I'm not sure what the rules are. I think they have to
It
wear
probably
some
also
kind of
depends on
covering,
how
but it doesn't
strict
have to be a
their
burqa.
family
I heard
is.
girls don't receive secondary education, and that's true. Some say the Taliban is just waiting to create.
Oh, they have
the
very similar
appropriate curriculum,
backpacks.
while others admit it'll likely never happen. What's clear is that
I mean-
many topics around women are extremely sensitive.
I met a family today.
It's
who
hold
was
on.
Afghan
It's one of
British.
those
They're
things
from
that the Taliban has had control of Afghanistan for, oh God, how long? 5 years? Was it before COVID? It's law. Yes, correct. It is law. But it is technically, that's just the way they have to convey it to the West, weirdly enough. Because sometimes people, when they just hear Sharia, they're like, what is that? But it's technically the law. Oh goodness. But the question is, how long can they keep it so strict to this, like to the level of how, because that person's wearing a Nike hoodie. I see that shit. I see that Nike hoodie in this picture. But it raises the question, how long are they going to keep it so strict, or eventually are they going to be forced to lax their rules in order to be able to survive as a, because what is it? Saudi Arabia is one of the larger countries in the Middle East, isn't it? Not Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is. This is Afghanistan. What am I talking about? Like, why did I get those two mixed up? Spooky Lala of Spooky Land? No. Same way chai tea is just tea, but it's a specific kind of tea. True. That is true. But it is curious. We'll have to wait and see with time. It just depends on what sacrifices they're willing to make and take for their country in the future, as opposed to, I probably imagine that they're probably trading pretty decently. Like, people don't seem too bad off. Like I don't see crazy issues. It's a very curious situation, though. I don't know too much about it.
They knew my channel. They said hello, and I said, "Hey, could I take some video of you?" And the mother, an Afghan woman wearing a hijab, said,
Oh.
"No, it's against the rules." So evidently, there are some rules.
We ourselves have been told and warned many times not to even film women. By the rules of those who have permitted us to film here, it's like they'd prefer you to not even know Afghan women exist.
So the issue, I would say, is very complicated. From
Yeah.
Afghanistan's national dish, a dish
Do you know Queen on Discord? She reacted to me saying hello to everyone because I said hello to everyone in the Discord, said rock and roll into Discord. Oh shit. Yeah, Queen's here.
The Afghan way of
Queen's in here. Queen's one of the regulars.
pool of marinade, made
And
of
one of the most
yogurt,
active people in the
MSG,
Discord, so
dried ginger,
welcome
red
to the
chilies,
Discord.
wine vinegar, and water. The chickens are
Oh, this is
soaked
the
in
chicken
that
from
flavor
earlier. Okay.
bathtub for a couple of hours.
chicken already marinated.
Orange. Orange chicken.
One by one. He then ties the string around its ankles, and he tying the string around the chicken's ass. Ugh. This is gonna anchor the chicken to
What do you mean? Why you You're the one who's eaten a whole roast chicken before.
Chickens are beheaded. I don't make the rules.
Yeah, Queen's awesome. Queen's probably here. They're probably just lurking.
Time for the chicken grilling to begin.
Rural Pakistan, very, very strict. Azerbaijan, not really all that strictly enforced. When it was implemented, that they have been secular for a very long time. I have heard that, like, I think is it premier or president of Azerbaijan isn't such a great person. Maybe I'm thinking of another smaller
When the chicken blazes a
country.
molten orange, it's pulled from its vertical spit. Split the chicken open, flatten it.
I don't know for sure.
Then give it a quick grill over charcoal for that
Oh.
extra hit of smoky flavor.
Get that
On top,
crispiness.
It's tossed onto a plate where it receives a sprinkle of chicken masala, a bowl of yogurt, and a handful of shredded cabbage.
A little bit of cabbage.
You would never believe it, but there was just a giant Ford F-150. The giant turret on the back.
Oh, that is a
parked
Ford
across the
Ranger.
street.
That is a Ford Ranger.
All right, welcome to Kabul, baby. What? Chicken.
Chicken's good. Chicken's always good.
Chicken that costs only
Just going barehanded at that chicken. I mean, we've been going barehanded at all the food, most of the foods here.
I have to fly all the way to Kabul. I'm gonna start right
This is
here. The breast has no fat. If the
like
breast is
aside
juicy,
from
then
the
you know
soup,
that
the
dark
soup was
meat's
the
gonna be
only thing that had
Give it a
utensils.
shot.
It looks like just a variant of barbecue chicken.
The driest chicken breast I've ever had in my life.
Ooh, yeah, I was gonna say it didn't look crazy.
It out, and I get it. The goal is to cook it all the way through, but really tried it out at the same time. Luckily, I have this yogurt with some herbs and other stuff inside.
Okay, just sip it.
That
Mint.
is spicy. Oh my god. So that was a bit of a brutal start. Right here we have the chicken thigh. It is much more difficult to mess up a thigh. I'm gonna give it.
Yeah, a thigh is much higher in fat, so even if you cook it at the same rate of a breast, the breast may be dry, but the thigh will often still be delicious. Enough with current Azerbaijani politics to comment on their current leaders. I want to say I heard something recently. I could be wrong. I could be crossing it with like is it the Hungarian president?
There is no end to what you can do with a chicken, and this is just more proof of that
think.
here in Afghanistan.
For our Afghan
Just quick barehanded.
I'm visiting a family-run restaurant that's been serving Afghanistan's national
I'm surprised they even reacted to introducing myself, like saying hello. Yeah, Queen is very active in the Discord, like I said. You'll quickly figure out who the regulars are.
For this food. I've had it in Uzbekistan where they call it pulao, and I've also had it in Kazakhstan. But here in Afghanistan, they make it a little bit different.
Welcome to the Discord. Have a good time. Don't spam.
A deep pan, and inside of it, there is over 125 pounds of beef.
I was gonna say, that's just straight up a blanket.
And we're gonna see the beef inside.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Not at all what I expected. It's so watery. Every time I've seen
That's all the
pulao
fat,
with
my
pulao,
guy.
the meat is
That's all the
seared
fat
and
on
kind of
top.
steamed. But here, it's been boiled for a few hours.
It also looks like he's already scooped off like the scum.
Removing all the big meat chunks from this pan.
Because sometimes when you render off a bunch of beef and like pork and stuff, you end up with scum on top, which like is usually just kind of the foamy stuff.
Once all of it is organized and removed, he's going to be able to remove the small bones that have fallen off the meat during this braising process.
Okay.
Now that our deck is clean, it's time to build up the pulao, starting with a thin layer of carrots to insulate the pan from the meat. The next step is dumping all that clean meat back into
Insulate?
the deck. He has to place each piece perfectly so it can balance well with the heat and with the rice. It's a puzzle of protein.
Oh.
Time for the broth.
Back goes in the
Smells
broth.
like nice beef crock pot. Now it's time to introduce some new ingredients. Up first,
More
the
carrots.
carrot. Next up, he's putting in raisins.
Raisins. Okay.
And now he leaves for a cigarette. So I thought he was coming out here for a smoke, but no. He came out here to light up the gas stove.
The stove slowly heats up. Finally, the rice, the true hero of
Is
this
it?
operation.
No, it's just washed. Okay, I was gonna say, is it already cooked? No.
And cumin follow as reinforcements.
I'm very
Now,
curious
fire
the
does its
flavors
work.
that the raisins add.
Comes in many forms.
The
each with
raisins
its own
add.
meaty twist. But this one is the crown jewel.
Oh.
Rich, meaty rice cooked to perfection.
2 hours has passed, and at last it is time to reveal the final pulao product.
Okay.
This is Kabuli pulao.
The rice has steamed up
Oh,
beautifully. Look at these
Jesus.
long grains,
Just say, those
the
are
carrots.
huge
Now he's
grains of
making my
rice.
portion of pulao, the biggest portion possible on this platter right here. Starts with steamed rice. He hits it with that giant piece of beef, and then he puts some smaller pieces of beef on the outside.
Various
He
different
starts to
cuts.
reveal the carrots and raisins, and that, my friends, is the final product. It looks amazing.
Oh, damn it. Damn it. Hold on, bring it back. Bring it back. I want to look at those raisins. You can see how the raisins have like rehydrated in the beef fat. Must depart. Have a good night, Ford. Thank you for hanging out. Hi, Jinxie. How are you doing?
Here it is, Afghan palau. The way they prepared it here, it's pretty different than what I've seen.
Return your greetings. I'm Juicy. Glad to be new people. Hell yeah.
I love what they're doing with these big chunks of beef, and that is what we're going to be building up to for this.
Oh my God! Tell me. Please show me the meat. Wait.
Things here too. First of all,
wow, soda.
We'll try that later. Right here, Uzbek bread. So I've actually seen this type of bread being made before in Uzbekistan. It's gorgeous. Then there's a plate of beans. Probably they mix this with the rice, but I'm just going to go with beans. British people will go
I'm using all the snoozes so we don't have to go through a commercial break before the end of the video.
Meal of the day. This is a double portion and it costs only $10. That's remarkable. Ideally, you want that rice to be absolutely saturated.
Okay, but what's the expected person share here?
They are so proud of their oil. The oil they're using, sesame oil. That is what makes this place stand out from the others.
Straight sesame oil? I have a bottle of sesame oil. That shit is strong.
Sweetness. It pairs perfectly with that really heavy rice.
Really?
I'm a big fan. Next, I want to get into smaller pieces of beef.
Amazing.
So and the fat and the tissues have really broken down, but I gotta say, is not much flavor. Let's hit it with a little bit of salt.
Oh!
Pablo Escobar over here. Some red chili powder and a mystery powder. Now we're gonna take another piece.
Mint? I think it was green. I'm gonna guess mint.
Salt and the seasonings just
because of the sheer different seasonings that we've seen.
Before we get to this giant piece of meat, I do want to try this. A pumpkin pickle. I've never heard of anything like it.
It's just gonna be pumpkin and like
I didn't know
and vinegar.
Pickle. It tastes like a Korean radish that's been boiled. Very sour, one note. It's a nice contrast to everything here. To wash it down, we've got this. Wow. Let's see what tastes like. Oh, okay. This is Afghan Mountain Dew. Very sugary. Kind of goes nice with
gotcha.
Like this. Next, the meat. The meat is just
which is interesting because we saw an ad for Mountain Dew.
Slice by hand, some raisins. Put the meat on top of it. This is a very good day.
Oh my God, chat is gonna be so over for me when we move. The number of like cultures that are just gonna be a train ride away.
Unknown to me at the time, my new neighbor to the right is a member of the Taliban.
How you doing?
With his rifle resting just out of frame.
Salam.
Salam to you.
Thank you.
Perhaps that explains why he keeps stealing glances at my crew and me.
I mean, maybe.
How you doing? Are we interrupting you? Okay. This is obviously
well
for a
then.
group, but I feel like an Afghan
Afghani Baldu just into Kush Dew? What?
So that is Afghan palau, and that is our
Stream still Baron tries all the foods. No, it's not going to be like that. But there's going to probably be like weekend trips. I think my goal is going to be. Hold on. I'm not going to pause because we only have limited time. I think my long goal is to try and save, or at least try to be able to make enough income to go on like maybe a weekend trip.
Absolutely not. Gotta go. Take care. I tell you that story in order to tell you this. This is not a normal place. There's no country on earth, I think, that has the dichotomy you will find here in Afghanistan. On one side, you have jovial, outgoing people. On the other side, you have beheadings. So I'm still not sure what to make of this place. I'm learning more day by day. Luckily,
it's the thing with the people are not the government and the people are not the radicals. So
things are normal until they're not. So if you're seeing me having a fun little romp in Afghanistan and you think you should come here too, the reality is different.
Be careful.
We're not able to show you the full reality of what it's like to be here on camera, because those moments we can't film. And if we did, we would have much bigger problems. Oh wait, but Sonny, did you spend $100 on street food today? Doing math? Boom, this much. Really
$20.
And then guess what?
Less than $20.
It was an absolute culinary adventure, getting to explore the unique
again, it's
Afghanistan. Some of it, it was on
seeing these prices in like these other countries and stuff of what food is, or I think frankly should cost because it's a necessity of life, and what it's become in the United States and continues to inflate to. Like, fucking food gets more expensive by what feels like the fucking day. Also, he has a whole thing on Morocco. We may check that out at some point. That out at some point, but not today. Not today, unfortunately, chat. That is, though, going to be it for today. It is basically just past 4. And we are going to be back tomorrow, noon CDT. I'm taking my jacket with me this time. And we need to find somebody to raid. Who are we raiding today? Biddles is doing paper clay. Day's doing something. It looks like it's just chatting for now. Ferocious? Visceray is doing Resident Evil 7 DLC. So it is. No more food? Not today, Melsa. We may do more on Thursday. We may do more, or we may do spooky stuff. It's up in the air. We will see what happens. Tomorrow, we are playing Resident Evil 1, the remake. We are playing the remake of Resident Evil 1. I have never played it. I'm pretty sure it's still like kind of tank controls. I think. I'm not 100% on that. But here, let me see. I'm not finding exactly any of the people that I'm looking for. All right, let me scroll down. Scrolling. Dino Week. Pokemon trading card game? No. I don't believe in, what do they call it? I don't believe in opening card pack streams. Those aren't real. But, yeah, nobody's really doing anything spooky. Bravo. We're gonna raid Bravo. Urban Bravo. The man, the greatest hunter I know with the greatest stash I've seen on Twitch. Let me... All right. All right, guys. Go give Urban Bravo some love. We'll be back tomorrow, noon CDT. Thursday is going to be another just chatting day. Wednesday is going to be Resident Evil 1, like I mentioned. Thursday night, I am going to have family here. We will wait and see. But currently the plan, because I have family coming for the 4th of July. The plan currently is we're going to be watching Annabelle because we are continuing our watch through of the Conjuring universe in chronological order. So the next one is the original Annabelle movie. For raid message, though, we need a raid message. What's our raid message going to be, chat? What's our raid message going to be? Take the shot, cowboy. All right, because he's playing Hunt Showdown. All right, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. Have a good night and stay out of trouble.